General Izayama stood frozen in the shattered remnants of his command center, unable to find words. In all his years of service, he had never imagined suffering such an overwhelming defeat. Akagi's second team had infiltrated his operations hub with terrifying precision, cutting down his guards in moments. Only 5 members of his staff, himself included, remained alive after Chloe's merciless assault. The red-haired catgirl and her squad had left no room for mercy. Anyone who didn't surrender immediately was swiftly dealt with. Realizing the futility of further resistance, Izayama had ordered the surviving officers to lay down their arms. Yet despite this, he stubbornly refused to issue a base-wide stand-down order. Fighting raged on throughout Camp Katsura. Whether this refusal stemmed from misplaced hope or sheer pride, no one could say. "Come on, General," Chloe said, lazily swinging her legs from atop a desk. "Every second you stall, more of your men die needlessly, Naya. Are you really going to let your soldiers perish just to protect your pride?" Her golden eyes narrowed, voice sharp with disapproval. The old general exhaled heavily, slumping into a chair. "A proud JSDF officer should never consider surrender," he muttered, bitterness thick in his voice. "But perhaps you're right. I won't send any more of Japan's finest to the Reaper for nothing." Bound and guarded in the corner, his surviving staff looked on in fearful silence as Chloe's team methodically removed the dead to clear the room, a hard-learned lesson from earlier chaos. Izayama's eyes flicked toward Chloe. "Tell me, how did you take this base so easily? We had superior numbers, better technology." Chloe tapped her finger against her lips playfully. "Maybe because we've actually done this before, Naya? Your soldiers weren't ready for real ambush tactics. You relied too much on tech, and when it failed they panicked. Add in the fact that you had no real intel on us, well," she shrugged, smirking. In Free World Online, Akagi had used Chloe's team to devastating effect against fortified enemy positions. Their specialty: infiltration, sabotage, swift and brutal strikes. Camp Katsura's superior tech meant little if its soldiers couldn't react in time. "I see," Izayama said grimly. "We trained for conventional warfare. You fought like insurgents." "No, like shadows. We never had a chance." Yup. Chloe grinned, baring her sharp teeth proudly. The room lapsed into uneasy quiet. The captured officers barely dared to breathe, each wondering what fate awaited them. The silence broke when the main door creaked open. Akagi and Yumi entered. "Maester." Chloe squealed, bounding into Akagi's arms. Akagi caught her easily, stroking the catgirl's head and ears, eliciting a soft purr. "Good work," she said warmly. "You all performed admirably. I couldn't be prouder." Chloe beamed under the praise. Akagi's smile faded as she turned toward Izayama. "Now then, General. Let's discuss your surrender." Izayama's battered pride flared. His hands curled into fists. "Surrender," he spat. "Hearing that from a monster like you sickens me." Akagi's hand slammed onto his desk, rattling loose pens and datapads. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous glint. "Would you prefer I simply wipe out the rest of your forces instead?" she asked coolly. "I'm more than capable." The challenge hung thick in the air. After a tense moment, Izayama raised his hand in surrender. "No, that won't be necessary. You've made your point." He fixed Akagi with a hard glare. "But don't think this is over. Today you've won, but tomorrow? Next week? The government won't tolerate this. The people will call for your head." Akagi only laughed. Loud, genuine, mocking. "What's so funny?" Izayama barked. "General," she said through chuckles, "you really think your government scares me?" Waving her hand over the holographic display, she issued a chilling command. "Display, Fort Yuzumigami no Yama. Coordinates 43.525987942987006, 142.8776673206485 Authorization, 2 Delta 6 Charlie 8 Whiskey 4 Omega, 487647. At the name Fort Yama, Izayama leapt to his feet, pale as death. "How do you know about that facility?" he screamed. Chloe and Yumi instantly raised their weapons, ready if he tried anything. Akagi smiled coldly. "Tell me, General. What would happen if the world learned that Japan had a secret nuclear program? One you allowed to fall into rogue hands?" His breathing hitched. His worst nightmare was unfolding. "You're bluffing," he hissed. "You can't possibly control those warheads." "Am I?" Akagi said lightly. "Maybe I should demonstrate by leveling Sapporo. See how your little toys compare to America's." Izayama clung to denial, but fear gnawed at him.
How? He demanded.
How did you breach the most secure base in Japan? Akagi shrugged.
Simple.
I have a dryad on my team whose pheromones make people compliant. Once she infiltrated the base, it was child's play. The blood drained from Izayama's face. If even half her story was true, Japan was utterly compromised. Reality didn't matter now.
Perception did.
And Izayama believed her.
Akagi leaned close. So, General, will you cooperate?
Or shall we escalate? Broken and defeated, the general bowed deeply. I surrender. Akagi smiled thinly.
Good choice.
Now, issue a stand-down order to your troops. While Chloe and Yumi moved to organize the ceasefire, Izayama accessed his desk console. Across Camp Katsura, loudspeakers crackled to life.
This is General Izayama.
I have surrendered to the enemy commander. Lay down your arms immediately. May the Emperor forgive me.
The base fell silent.
Akagi approached him again. Next, call your Prime Minister. With a heavy heart, Izayama led her upstairs to his private office. As the room sealed itself for security, a giant monitor flickered to life, revealing the harried face of the Prime Minister.
General.
What's happening down there?
Izayama bowed. Prime Minister. We have lost.
I have surrendered Camp Katsura to Akagi. The Prime Minister's gaze shifted, and widened in horror as he noticed Akagi standing silently behind the general. Thank you for your service, Akagi said sweetly, and then in one swift motion, drew her katana and cut the general down. Blood spattered across the office floor as Izayama crumpled. Akagi cleaned her blade and met the Prime Minister's terrified eyes. Now, Mr. Prime Minister, she said, voice like ice. We have much to discuss. News helicopter POV. We're live over Camp Katsura, where an unknown force has attacked the JSDF garrison. The reporter said breathlessly, the helicopter circling the smoldering base. The east wall is shattered, the main gate destroyed. Fires rage across the compound, and bodies can be seen throughout. The screen flashed to a grainy image, two figures, Akagi and Yumi, standing atop the wrecked gates. We don't know who they are or why they attacked. But the JSDF appears to have been caught completely off guard. As the helicopter banked for a better view, something came into focus in the main courtyard, a chilling sight. It's a red handprint, the reporter stammered, voice trembling. A giant red handprint made of blood. She shivered. I don't know what message they're trying to send, her co-reporter whispered, but it can't be good. After tense negotiations with the Prime Minister, Akagi and her team returned to her secluded mountain home. The moment they reached the main house, Kana rushed forward and threw her arms around her sister. One-ichan, she cried, burying her face in Akagi's chest. Akagi laughed, stroking her sister's head. Good to see you safe. All of you, she said, glancing at Mika and Naomi. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. You never should have been involved. Naomi shook her head. Kana apologized too, but this wasn't your fault. It's the military's, using students as hostages? That's on them. Yeah, Mika added with a brave smile. It was terrifying, but blaming you would be wrong. Kana pulled back, her expression hesitant. Is it really over? Or will they try something again? I doubt they'll dare, Akagi said, a sly smile forming. I had a very productive talk with the Prime Minister. Kana frowned. When did you, wait, what did you say to him? Just that if the government kept poking me, something unfortunate might happen to Japan, Akagi said with mock innocence. You blew up Camp Katsura. Kana accused. Was that really necessary? They took my sister and her friends hostage, Akagi replied coldly. They needed to understand what crossing me means. It's called escalate to de-escalate, strike so hard they never try again. Yumi, ever loyal, nodded. It worked against the Empire. Eventually. Akagi turned toward the house. If killing 600 today prevents millions from dying tomorrow, I'll do it again without hesitation. Inside, Akagi mentally contacted Yumi. Prepare the strike on the Mitsuhide family for midnight. Chaos is to our advantage. As Yumi went to prepare tea and snacks, Akagi spent the evening with the girls. Movies, laughter, and soft distractions from a violent day. But beneath the calm, tension lingered. Under the moonlight. Later that night, with Mika and Naomi asleep, Kana asked Akagi to talk. They sat in the moonlit garden, surrounded by flowers and quiet water. Rishia, Kana said suddenly, her voice trembling. Akagi flinched.
What? You are Rishia, right?
Kana's eyes searched her sister's face.
I was Rishia, but not anymore, Akaji replied, her tone uncertain. What's going on, Kana?
Kana took a deep breath. I've been seeing something around you.
A shadow.
At first, I thought it was nothing, maybe your powers. But it keeps changing. Today, when you came back, it smiled at me.
Orange eyes, razor teeth.
It looked at me like it wanted to eat me.
She clenched her fists.
I needed to know, is that shadow you? Are you still my sister? Akaji was quiet for a long moment.
Then she nodded.
Yes, that shadow is me. What does that even mean? Akaji explained the truth. The Shadow Cube, the fusion with the Shadow Lord, her transformation into a Shadow Nurarihyon. As she spoke, her form dissolved into pure black mist, swallowing the pavilion in darkness. Kana panicked until Akaji embraced her in the void. This is who I am now, Akaji whispered. But I'll never hurt you. I am your sister. When the darkness lifted, Kana stared at her. So that shadow, that's you?
Akaji nodded.
My true body is now shadow. I usually take human form, but that's just a shell.
Kana's voice broke.
I thought I lost you. I was scared that the real you was gone, replaced by a monster. Tears welled in her eyes. But if you're still my one-ichan, then that's all that matters. Akaji hugged her tightly.
I'm still me, Kana.
The same sister who played with you, who stood up for you, and yes, even helped clean that embarrassing mattress incident. Why would you bring that up? Kana smacked her sister, laughing through her tears. As long as you're you, she said, I don't care what form you take. Akaji blinked away tears. Then I swear, I'll always be by your side. The sisters stood beneath the moonlight, finally united, not just in blood, but in truth.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
The two sisters embraced each other for a while longer. Kana's lingering doubts about her sister had vanished, and Akaji was comforted in the knowledge that her sister still loved her. On this night, the bond between the two was tested, and yet again, it was proven to be unshakable. As far as Kana was concerned, Akaji's appearance didn't matter. As long as she was still her sister, she didn't care how scary she looked. Akaji separated from Kana. Do you feel better now? She said, petting her head. Yes, I do. She looked up at her sister and smiled. I think all that crying made me thirsty though. She chuckled. Akaji smiled. Well then, take a seat, I think I've got something you'll like. Akaji reached into her item storage and pulled out a teapot, some cups, and some black tea leaves. The two sisters sat at the table as Akaji began to pour water into the pot with her magic. Is that tea? Kana asked, leaning in to smell the leaves. It's strong. She pulled away from the smell. Kana wasn't one to like especially strong or bitter tea. Akaji chuckled. Trust me, the leaves are pretty pungent, but I've never had better. Akaji lit a small fire around the pot to bring the water to a boil.
It's called black ash.
At least that's what the game called it. Apparently, it came from a Japan-esque nation in FWO. Akaji said, sitting down. That area wasn't in the alpha, so I never got to visit it, and as a result, this tea was super rare. She told Kana the price it cost. That's absurd. The amount Akaji had paid was crazy high. Why would you pay so much for tea leaves? Akaji could only shrug. I have far more money than I could ever hope to use, Kana. So even paying that much didn't really matter. Besides, you know me, if it's something rare in a game, I want it. Not much later, the teapot gave off a whistle. It's done. Akaji dispelled the fire. Now we give it a minute to cool and it will be ready. You seem used to this. I know you cooked for yourself most of the time at home, but you rarely made tea. Was it something you drank often? Kana asked while pulling a teacup over to her. Kind of, Akaji answered. You know me, I still prefer coffee to tea, but the developers didn't really share my love of the stuff. Much of what you could drink that wasn't alcohol was tea, any of the coffee they did have was. Akaji's face contorted to look like she just ate something very sour. So rather than drink that nasty stuff, I began to experiment with tea, and this stuff was the best I could find. Although I usually just drank sake, to be honest. Akaji's love of the drink was quite well known among players. Never thought you would be a drinker, but I guess that goes with the whole Taisho era motif you have going.
Kana chuckled.
You have no idea how many of my classmates have asked about your outfit. Akaji shrugged. If you think that tea costs crazy money, remind me never to tell you what I paid for these clothes. I think your head might explode. Based on how Naomi reacted, you're probably right.
Kana shook her head.
After a few minutes, the tea had cooled to an acceptable level, and Akagi poured a cup for the two of them. Kana took a sip and was floored by just how good it was. This is amazing. It's got to be the best tea I've ever had. Just how could something from a game taste this good? Kana was amazed by its quality. That is an excellent segue into something I wanted to discuss with you, Akagi said while drinking the tea. But first, Kana, I need you to keep what I'm about to tell you between us. Yumi and the others are aware but don't speak about it to anyone else. You never know who is listening.
Akagi warned. Kana nodded.
Akagi set her cup down. At the very end of the game, right after the system listed statistics, things like which player killed the most monsters or which one had the highest bounty on them. I presume you had the highest bounty?
Kana chuckled.
Akagi replied with a smile. But that wasn't all, it also stated that one player became a limit breaker.
A limit breaker?
That sounds like it had something to do with level caps in a game.
Kana theorized.
You might think that, however, FWO's alpha had no such thing. Akagi reached into her storage space and pulled out a small notebook. The in-game status page wasn't exactly a bastion of clarity, at times it was outright deceitful, so most of us began writing our own notes. She placed the notebook on the table. This little book is a record of everything I found out about FWO. I took great care to be as thorough as possible in my recordings. She looked at Kana. There is nothing in here to suggest a level cap or tell me what limit breaker means.
Kana was confused.
So what does that mean? Was it just something so obscure that even you couldn't find it? Kana couldn't believe something existed in the game that even her sister knew nothing about. That brings me back to what I said a moment ago. She put the book back into her storage. I said that the system informed us that one player became a limit breaker, right? Akagi continued. That one player was me. So what does that mean? Did the game tell you anything else?
Kana asked. No, it didn't.
Akagi shook her head. But just before we were logged out, the system sent a personal message to me. Akagi relayed what that message had said. Who is Mizumi? Is that the person behind all this? Kana said, almost jumping out of her chair. I have no clue, but whoever they are, they had the power to make things in the game real. Akagi had no idea who this person was. However, I think the reason that I was classified as a limit breaker is most likely because I merged with that Shadow Lord. That's the only thing I can think of that sets me apart from other players. Akagi. I mean, wasn't that just a special event? One that triggered because you met its conditions. Kana wasn't sure what Akagi meant. It was common for MMOs or other games to have special boss fights or events for players to find. No, it was not, Akagi responded immediately. Hishia and I did some digging. We spoke to multiple players who had interacted with that quest, and even got a few to complete it later. Akagi stuck out her hand, changing it into an inky black form. In the game, something like this should have been impossible, Kana. It went against the very rules of the system itself. Akagi continued while changing her hand into various forms. Normally, any ability that changes your shape is limited in some way. For example, Hishia's ability to transform into a dragon had time limits.
Eh?
Hishia is a dragon. Kana didn't know this.
Yes, she is.
I forgot you didn't know that. Akagi chuckled as she returned her hand to normal. Hishia was a tank and a heavy damage dealer with magic that she used up close and personal. She eventually became what was called a star human, an upgraded human in lore terms. Akagi shrugged. Ascended humans were standard fare in games.
So she can turn into a dragon?
Like a full-on flying, fire-breathing dragon. Kana was genuinely curious.
She can.
However, in the game, it was only for a limited time, and generally, it wasn't that great of an idea against boss monsters. Akagi pointed out its limitation. Against cannon fodder though, she could roast entire armies. Akagi continued. The transformation wasn't the important part. Instead, she benefited from many important status improvements, and most importantly, she could temporarily stun enemies with her frightful presence skill. Akagi recalled the Battle of Hassan, and how Hishia stunned the massive monster army. That sounds strong. So why didn't more people try to become dragons in the game? Was it limited to just one person? Kana knew enough about games to understand just how powerful something like this was. There were others who attempted the quest, so it wasn't like it was impossible for others to become dragons. However, it was extremely difficult and basically suicidal. Hishia only pulled it off because she's crazy like I am.
Akagi smiled.
Is it sad that I would be lying if I refuted her?
Kana laughed in her head. Kana had a sudden realization.
Wait, then does that mean Hishia can turn into a dragon now? The thought of a real-life kaiju was worrisome. Probably, and I wouldn't be shocked if the time limit was gone too, seeing as some of the game limitations on my powers have vanished.
Akagi poured a second cup of tea.
However, I haven't seen news about a massive European dragon in the skies of Tokyo, so I doubt she's flaunting that ability.
So, how's Hishia's ability different from yours?
Aren't they just game transformation abilities?
Kana couldn't see how they were much different.
Kana, remember, I said that my real form is actually a living shadow.
Akagi stood up and smiled at Kana.
Don't freak out, I'm going to revert back to my shadow form, okay?
Akagi's form dissolved before Kana's eyes.
Where she was standing just a moment ago was a writhing mass of shadow. Kana knew this was still her sister, but she couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear in her mind.
Are you okay?
Is this too much? The shadow asked in her sister's voice.
I'm okay. It's just
going to take some getting used to, is all. Kana gave a wry smile.
But,
why did you change into your shadow form? Hearing her sister's voice come from a black mass of shadow would take some getting used to. Because doing this was the best way to explain things, Akagi replied. You asked me how this was different from what Hishia could do. Well, it's simple, in-game this became my default state. Akagi moved further away from the table so Kana could see her entirely. Her appearance was that of a writhing black mass of shadow. She appeared to be a cross between a liquid and solid. She was squishy like dough when touched, but when she moved her entire body flowed like water. There's no ability to activate, no cooldown to watch, nothing. I can change my shape between my usual appearance or this at will. The shadow Akagi began to coalesce into a humanoid shape. This was not something that should have been possible within the game's logic. Akagi finished transforming and now had the appearance of a girl that looked like she belonged in Kana's class. There we go, I think I got it right. Although I may have made a mistake or two, after all it's been 4 years. Akagi said with a much younger and more immature sounding voice.
Kana stood up in shock.
Wani-chan, you can turn back? Akagi transformed into an appearance Kana had known for her entire life. It was her original form before FWO. She even opted to change into her familiar school uniform. Kana had no idea this was possible. I can change my appearance into anyone I've seen, and much, much more, Akagi said in her original voice. Of course, that includes my original appearance as well. Should I turn into you next? She asked playfully.
Kana was stunned.
She never imagined she would get to see Rishia again. Don't get used to it.
Akagi warned.
Looking like this feels wrong, it makes me uncomfortable to be like this, so I doubt you'll see it much. Her face told Kana that staying like this would be mentally taxing. Kana got up and walked over to Akagi. Is this some kind of illusion? She asked while poking her in the face. It's an illusion in that it's a false body, but as you can see, it's corporeal. Akagi replied with a smile. This is why I think I was considered a limit breaker. She walked over to the table and sat back down. Every ability or power had some drawback or cost in FWO. She said as she poured another cup of tea. For example, Hishia's dragon form could only be maintained for about an hour, and she would need to wait 3 days to use it again. However, I don't have to worry about any of that.
Akagi explained.
Since my real form is the shadow, I can transform back and forth as much as I want, for as long as I want. So the difference is that, while you became the shadow permanently, Hishia could only temporarily become a dragon? Kana had figured out what Akagi was getting at. Bingo, Akagi confirmed. Transforming into a non-humanoid creature temporarily was possible in the game rules, but permanently becoming one shouldn't have been possible. It was clear that the devs didn't want to deal with all the psychological issues that would come from long-term use of a non-human body. The human mind did not take well to being crammed in a completely different body type. Most people couldn't handle it, so games would limit it to only small amounts of time to reduce the chance of issues.
But wait.
How could you do something that went against the game?
Kana asked.
FWO was still just a game, it had pre-programmed rules. No matter how flexible it was, you still should have been limited by what the developers made possible.
Kana asked.
And what does it mean that you seem not to be affected by having your entire body changed, if you can even call a living shadow a body? Is it because Wani-chan's mind was already broken once?
Kana.
I don't know, Akaji said flatly. But I do know that whatever gave me this power was most certainly not made by the developers. Akaji continued. At present, my theory is that whoever caused this incident is likely some sort of supernatural being.
Akaji.
You mean like a god? Kana asked in disbelief. Do gods even exist? And if they did, why would one trap people in a game and give them powers?
It makes no sense. Kana was unconvinced.
Yumi used to be a priestess before I recruited her. I picked her brain, and we both agreed it was the only thing that made sense. The only other possibility that we came up with was that some insanely powerful mage did it, but the amount of magic to pull this off would be ridiculous.
Akaji said.
Neither of us recognized the name Mizumi as a god, either in this world or the game.
Akaji shrugged.
If it really was a god.
Kana paused.
Why would they do something like this? I honestly don't know, Kana, Akaji said while looking at the night sky.
Spoiler. Kana let out a big yawn. A huff.
There it is.
Akaji chuckled.
I think you should head off to bed, it's been a long day for you. She walked over to Kana and patted her on the head. Wani-chan, why are you always doing that?
Kana looked up at her.
I'm not a little kid anymore. Akaji pulled her hand away. Sorry, I guess I'm just used to it.
She scratched her cheek.
I've been doing that for so long it's just kind of natural, and honestly, part of me still thinks you're 12. She gave an embarrassed smile. You're right, you're not a little girl anymore, I'll try to keep that in mind.
Kana let out a sigh. I don't really mind.
But maybe, try not to do it when there are others around. Kana reached out and grabbed Akaji's hand, placing it back on her head. No matter how old I get, I'll always be your little sister. She smiled. Akaji let out a laugh. I take it back, you're still a kid.
Kana let out another yawn. But you're right.
I'm going to head off to bed, it's been a long day. Tomorrow is Hishia's interview, isn't it? Do you know when she's coming over? She was looking forward to meeting Hishia. Hishia said she would let me know.
Akaji shrugged.
I'll walk you back to the house, and have Yumi show you to the guest room. As Akaji said this, black smoke began to appear from her body, she was going to revert back to her usual appearance.
Wait! Kana called out.
Akaji was taken off guard by this sudden cry and was only more confused when Kana leaped at her and brought her into a hug. I don't know if I'll get to see you like this again, so I wanted to take this opportunity to hug you, Kana said, squeezing her.
I missed you, Wani-chan.
Akaji shook her head and let out a chuckle. You really are still a kid, aren't you, Kana? After Kana had her fill of hugging Akaji, the two walked back towards the main house. Akaji had, of course, returned to her usual appearance. Yumi was waiting for their return and took Kana to the guest room where Mika and Naomi were sleeping. After about 20 minutes, Yumi met Akaji on the front porch, ready for battle. It was finally time to perform the assassination of the Mitsuhide family. Is everything ready to go? Akaji asked Yumi. Yes, Marshall and his team are in position, she replied with a fierce expression. He reported a marginal increase in security, but it shouldn't pose any problems. Yumi didn't seem worried. And Kana and the girls, are they okay? Akaji was concerned that today's events might have been too much for them to handle. Yes, they're all asleep in the guest room. After the day they had, I'm impressed they managed to stay awake this late.
Yumi smiled.
And I'm glad you were able to clear things up with Kana. Akaji turned her face away from Yumi. Yeah, me too. She may have turned away, but Yumi could still see the smile on her face. The moon was full on this warm late summer night. The stars were visible, and the darkness that Akaji thrived on was still present, despite the light of the moon. If there were a more perfect night for an assassination, Akaji would ask you to prove it.
My lord.
Yumi interrupted her thoughts. Shall we head to Tokyo? I already prepared our arrival point, it's across the street from the Mitsuhide estate.
Yumi.
Akaji cracked a smile. Yeah, let's give those bastards what's coming to them. Naomi, when you wake up tomorrow morning, it'll all be over.
Akaji.
Yumi pulled out her staff and began to spin it over her head. A moment later, a large white magic circle appeared below them and in a flash of light, they vanished. Chloe watched them teleport away from a vantage point on top of one of the buildings of the estate.
And they're off Naya, she said.
Happy hunting, Meister. The catgirl said while leaping away.
Nagumo POV.
Today had been an unmitigated disaster. Not only had the military failed to take down Akaji, but she also destroyed a JSDF military base resulting in over 600 casualties. It would be impossible to cover this up, Too many civilians had seen the explosions and heard the gunfire. On top of that, a media outlet had managed to broadcast footage of the burning base, live to the entire nation. Nagumo was definitely going to see some heads roll at work tomorrow for that one. Social media and national news were already demanding answers for the attack on the base. The Prime Minister agreed to hold a press conference tomorrow morning in response to pressure from the Diet, and the country eagerly awaited answers. Nagumo arrived home from the capital late tonight after running around trying to do damage control. As the Minister of Defense, he knew that any attacks on Japanese soil would be his responsibility. However, right now, what he cared about more was the fact that his political career was on the line. He might be lucky enough to feign ignorance or force a lower-level subordinate to take the fall, but he would likely never politically recover from this. Damn it! He screamed as he slammed his glass of whiskey onto his desk. How in the hell could those idiots in the JSDF let this happen? His yelling was loud enough to rattle the windows. After all the money and support we gave them over the last 20 years, you're telling me that they couldn't even take down 20 people? He put his head into his hands. What was the point of amending Article 9 if these idiots still can't do their job properly? He stood up and walked to his whiskey cabinet to pour another glass. After the Fourth Taiwan Strait Crisis of 2033, the Japanese government, with American approval, formally amended Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution. Japan's military was still limited in its ability to deploy overseas, but today it resembled a proper military. We were so close to greatness, everything was set up perfectly. I would become the next prime minister after the election and our family's power would be cemented. But those incompetent fools set me back over a decade in the span of one day.
He chugged his glass.
Mayuri might be able to survive this debacle at the very least. She'll probably try to feign ignorance and throw me and the prime minister under the bus, not exactly my preferred outcome, but that will still leave the family with power. He sighed. Perhaps Dad was right, maybe I do let my ambitions get the better of me. He looked at the family portrait above the centerpiece. Your father was a smart man. An unknown voice said from behind him. Startled, Nagumo spun around. Who goes there? He froze. In front of him stood the same woman he tried to kill earlier today, and at her side was a young girl dressed like a shrine maiden. These were the two people he never wanted to see, and now, they were standing in his private office in his estate. There was no sign of forced entry, the window behind her was closed, and he hadn't heard a sound before she spoke. It was almost as if she appeared out of thin air. Good afternoon, Defense Secretary Nagumo Mitsuhide. Akagi gave a polite bow. Yo you! He yelled, dropping his drink, causing the glass to shatter. What are you doing here? Where are my guards? He asked frantically. You're here for revenge, aren't you? Revenge for taking your sister. What the hell is my security team doing? He cursed his subordinates. Listen, I had no choice. It's my duty as Defense Secretary to carry out the government's orders. So please understand, it was nothing personal. He was trying to talk his way out of this mess.
Orders, huh?
Well, there's no helping those. Akagi shrugged.
Yes, orders.
There was no way I could go against the Prime Minister's wishes, you understand, he said, thinking his argument was working. If I play my cards right, perhaps I could get out of this in a better position. Maybe if I help this girl, she might help me. His inner thoughts were filled with schemes.
Hey, how about this? He spoke up.
Let's work together. I can help keep the heat off you by testifying that the government acted illegally. I'm pretty good at spin, it might not be perfect, but with my help, you can definitely keep in the public's good graces. He thought his plan was perfect.
How does that sound?
I've no qualms with stabbing the Prime Minister in the back.
Not the worst plan I heard today.
But I think I'll pass. Akagi said while scratching her chin. Wah! Nagumo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why? You need my help. Without me and my family's support, you'll be labeled an enemy of the state.
He screamed.
Forget about the Japanese government. I figure most of the major powers will send people after you. Do you really intend to fight such forces all on your own? Akagi had already expected foreign powers, especially the United States and China, to be interested in her, so what he was saying was most likely accurate. However, that really didn't matter since she could put them on ice with the slight threat of a nuclear apocalypse. While Nagumo was aware of the nuclear program, he was not informed that Akagi had hijacked it. From his perspective, his plan seemed perfect, so when she dismissed it, he could only think she wanted to fight the world. This woman is insane.
Nagumo.
I honestly don't care. That's why. Akagi responded flatly.
Let them come.
If they want a war. She licked her lips. I'll give them one. Slowly a shadow began to seep from Akaji's form until the entire room was black. The only thing you could see were the forms of Akaji, Yumi, and Nagumo.
Now.
You asked me why I'm here. Akaji said, walking toward him. While I would kill you for your actions in the kidnapping of my sister. She stared at him, her eyes glowing. I'm actually here on business. Her tone shifted to be more formal, almost businesslike.
Boo business. Nagumo choked out.
What sort of dash it clicked? Yes, business. And you, Mr. Mitsuhide, should know just what kind of business I deal in. She chuckled. Her words briefly caused his mind to blank before he understood what she was getting at.
Someone
hired you to kill me, he stammered. That's ridiculous. Who would hire an assassin to kill the Secretary of Defense of a major nation? Do they have a death wish?
He was flabbergasted.
Political assassinations were definitely a thing, but most would never target a nation's top political figures, especially in developed nations like Japan. I'll pay you anything you want. My family has a tremendous amount of assets, far more than your client could ever hope to match. So please. He was practically begging. TSK Akaji clicked her tongue. It really pisses me off when people do that. Akaji's words were laced with anger.
What do you people think I am?
Some cheap mercenary that changes sides at the drop of a few coins. His words had greatly upset her. I'm an assassin, goddammit, and I take pride in my work. Bring me any amateur that would sell out their own client like that, and I'll gut them myself. She practically growled at him in anger. Akaji had dealt with a few other assassins in FWO, both player and AI, that would betray their clients for the right price. She usually hunted these individuals down as she took such people as an embarrassment to her profession. So when Nagumo offered to pay her to betray her client, she got just a little bit irritated by the assumption that she was like them.
Oh boy.
It wasn't the first time Yumi had seen her master get angry over this. Taking a minute, Akaji calmed herself down. Almost lost my cool there, she said, shaking her head. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that asinine comment. I'm here at the behest of my client, who I believe you are familiar with, Mr. Nagumo, she said, looking at the trembling man. And they wanted you dead, so that's what's going to happen.
I know them? Who?
Who would dare make an enemy of the Mitsuhide family? He asked while filled with fear. Whoever they are, even if I'm dead, my family will find them and make them pay. Naomi Tokugawa. At her words, Nagumo's blood ran cold.
Tokugawa.
You can't be serious. That little girl. That stupid girl is the one who sent you. He was practically screaming. How could that worthless girl possibly do something like this? She asked me to repay the horror you inflicted upon her and her family, and she wanted to make sure that you understood the gravity of your crime. You took her entire family because you feared losing some of your political power, and you foolishly assumed that you would never be held responsible for your actions.
Akaji drew her katana.
She told me to make sure you knew who sent me, but I'll add this. She contracted me to kill not only you, but every member of the Mitsuhide family. Her voice was ice cold. The entire family. Not just me? What? Her words shook him to the core. There's no way you could do something like that.
Oh, but I can. She gave a terrible grin.
As we speak, my team is eliminating every other member of your family. Your children, grandchildren, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces and nephews, all of them will die. If things are going according to schedule, only you and your father should be alive at the moment. Akaji's matter-of-fact explanation showed just how little she cared about the morality of her actions. Upon hearing this, Nagumo could only start laughing. He laughed and laughed like a man driven to madness. His eyes started darting back and forth and his entire body started shaking. I knew you were a monster, but I never imagined it would be this bad. He laughing continued. If only we managed to use you. We could have done anything. He looked at Akaji, his eyes showing a mix of anger and sadness. You have no one to blame but yourself. Your aspirations were so large that even with all the power you and your family has, you ended up drowning in them.
She explained.
Had you taken the same approach as your father, you would have made much less enemies, and I wouldn't be standing before you today. Akaji then drew her katana from its sheath. Now, Secretary Nagumo Mitsuhide. In compliance with my contract, I will take your life. She approached the laughing man slowly. I cannot say whether there are any gods that will judge you for your actions, but there is one thing I am certain of. She stopped, and stood just before the crouching man. Where life is filled with equality and unfairness, all are equal before death's embrace.
She swung her blade.
And I am that death. Nagumo's head was separated from his body and fell onto the floor. His eyes peered one last time into the darkness that surrounded him, and as his mind began to fade, he looked at the now shadowy form of Akaji. Strange. I never knew death
Could be so warm.
It's like when my mother would hug me.
As a
Kid. With that thought, the man known as Nagumo Mitsuhide died. A moment later, Akaji drew all the darkness into her body and the room returned to normal. Nagumo's blood drenched the carpet and began spilling everywhere as silence filled the room. It was done. The man who had killed Naomi's family, the man who had caused her so much pain, was gone. Akaji put away her blade and looked over at Yumi. All targets, other than Ruji Mitsuhide, have been dealt with without issue, my lord. Yumi confirmed what Akaji already knew. Excellent. What say we pay the old man a visit and put this whole thing to rest, Akaji said as she opened the door to Nagumo's office. Never thought I would meet him again. Her words were almost a whisper. Merry Christmas everyone, and happy holidays. Just reminder that there are two chaps today. In his prime, Ruji Mitsuhide was a powerful force in Japanese politics. His rise to national fame started with a come-from-behind win against the incumbent governor of Tokyo. His personable attitude and tendency to act in a down-to-earth manner had earned him a great deal of admiration from the average person, and many considered him a breath of fresh air in Japanese politics. His unexpected victory meant that the Mitsuhide family went from a complete unknown to a political powerhouse overnight. During his 10 years as governor, he branded himself as an everyman and a reformist. He worked hard to address many of the structural and cultural problems that plagued Japanese society, and his acknowledgement of the plight of many hikikomori served as a rallying cry for reforms. Seizing on his skyrocketing approval, he decided to take his message to the nation, and ran for a seat in the Diet with the intention of becoming prime minister. His campaign and subsequent election were the most energetic Japan had ever seen, and he ended up taking his party to a landslide victory not seen since the 2017 election. He spent 10 years as prime minister, the longest in Japanese history, and was generally well-liked and respected, both at home and abroad. His party focused on reforming many of the structural and cultural ills that had been eating the country from within and, while not perfect, he is generally regarded as the greatest politician in modern Japanese history. Today, at 87 years old, Ruji is a bedridden and sickly old man in the twilight of his life. Until a few years ago, he was actively involved in politics until his health left him unable to continue. The sudden death of his wife didn't help matters either. His son, Nagumo, had been the effective family head for the last 10 years. He used the political capital his father built to increase the family's political power to the nigh untouchable position it was in today. However, all this success had been built on tearing down others, rather than building up the family as his father did. Ruji warned his son that his cutthroat methods would come back to haunt him, and he had been right. This was the man that Akaji had found when she entered his room. An elderly man, unable to walk on his own and who had almost no control over his daily life. A man whose fire had gone out and who was simply waiting for his time to die. As Akaji entered the room, he looked over at her and smiled. "Hello, young lady. What reason could you have for visiting an old man like me at this time of night?" Despite how late it was, the old man was still awake, his face showing he was in quite significant pain. "Mr. Prime Minister." She gave a bow. "My name is Akaji, and I regret to inform you that I've been tasked with the termination of the Mitsuhide family," she said with a serious expression. "As of this moment, you are the only member left." "I see," he said, closing his eyes. "It was because of my son's foolishness, wasn't it?" His voice was laced with anger and sadness. Akaji simply nodded. "I warned that foolish boy of mine." He shook his head. "I warned him that his methods of gaining power would only come back to destroy him one day." He started to cry. "Why, Nagumo? Why didn't you listen to me? Your son believed that no one could ever challenge him and that no one had sufficient power to threaten him or your family." Akaji continued. "He would have been right, if not for me." "Yes, I suppose you're right. No one could have predicted that a game could give people such fantastical powers." He looked at Akaji. "It seems my son, for all his foresight, didn't understand the reality of the situation." His eyes looked sad. "I'm sorry for what he did to your sister." He bowed his head. "Over the years since my son took over control of the family, his actions have caused so much pain and suffering." He continued. "I prided myself on helping the people of Japan, of showing them that politics wasn't as dirty and cutthroat as people believed it was." He stopped. "Perhaps, I was the foolish one for believing that change was possible." "No." Akaji shook her head. "You weren't foolish." Akaji walked closer to his bed. "I can't say I have much of an interest in or knowledge of politics. But I can tell you that this world could use more men like you." She sat down. It wasn't you who was wrong for trying to be an honest and decent man, it was your son for forgetting the reason why his father became so influential. Akaji looked around the room and saw a photo of Ryuji standing next to Naomi's father many years ago. She stood up and walked over to it, picking it up. You were the reason this man dared to take his chances in the game of politics and revive his dying family's name. She pointed to Naomi's father. And what good did that do? He asked. Because of my persistence, Taichi and his family were killed by my son. He didn't seem convinced. If he just continued his career quietly, they wouldn't have died. Akaji shrugged. Just because the result ended poorly, doesn't mean you were wrong. Akaji put the picture in her storage space. If everyone allowed the fear of failure to stop them from acting, this world would be much worse off. And it wasn't as if his entire family was wiped out. Akaji corrected.
Yes, you're right.
If I'm not mistaken, his daughter was spared. He had met Naomi a few times when she was younger. My son chose to leave her alone because it would be too difficult to cover up any further crimes against her family. His face contorted in pain. He looked up at Akaji. My son truly was foolish. How could he do something as horrific to that girl and then not expect her to come for revenge? He had figured out who sent Akaji. There was a reason why the Tokugawa clan was ignored for so long. Many believed that they had connections to this country's yokai, and that in times of great need, they would appear to protect them. He sighed. I wonder if that legend was true?
Who knows?
I don't believe in such superstitions. Akaji shrugged. She was technically a yokai, but she didn't feel the need to add that. May I make one final request before you take my life?
It's a simple one. The old man asked.
What is it? Akaji replied. I would like to write a letter. Could you please give it to that Tokugawa girl? It isn't much, but I would like her to hear what I have to say.
Ryuji asked.
Sure, but I can't guarantee she will read it.
Akaji.
If she discards it, that's fine. It's little more than the ramblings of an old man. He gave a smile. But if possible, I would like her to hear what I have to say. Akaji provided Ryuji with some paper and a pen. It took the aged man a few minutes to write the letter with his shaky hands, but he eventually finished. Once he was done, he placed it in an official envelope of his and stamped it with his official seal. Thank you for honoring my last wish, he said as he gave the letter over. You are an honorable man, it is the least I can do. Akaji said, placing the note in her storage. Akaji looked over Yumi and nodded. The Shine Maiden began chanting a spell. Ryuji started to fall asleep, and his eyes became heavy. As he lay in his bed for the final time, he called the name Ryuko. In his final moments, he was greeted by his beloved wife. A few moments later, he took his last breath, and the 87-year-old former prime minister was dead, and with him went the last member of the Mitsuhide family. Akaji looked over the now dead man's body. She had actually met him once before when he came to her middle school for a talk. At the time, she wasn't very interested in politics and found it more useful as a way to get out of class than anything else. She never spoke to him at length, but after his talk, he spoke with some of the students. When he saw Akaji, the only thing he said was, "You look far too tired for someone your age." It was as if he could see just what she had been through. Looking back, she could tell this man was sincere in his desire to help people. It was too bad that the apples seemed to have fallen very far from the tree. Akaji turned away, nodded to Yumi, and the two teleported back to Akaji's estate. Tonight marked the completion of Akaji's first contract in Japan. The first of many. The next morning, Kana and the girls woke up around 9 a.m., and the kitchen staff got to work cooking breakfast. Akaji and the girls sat together eating while watching the national news. As expected, to say things were on fire was to put it lightly. The media reported that Defense Secretary Nagumo and Diet Speaker Mayori were killed overnight in a bloody assassination. Many had been quick to conclude that the same person who attacked Camp Katsura had been behind the assassinations due to the likely involvement of the speaker and secretary in the incident at Camp Katsura. The fact that the same style of bloody handprint had been discovered at Nagumo's house only served to increase the suspicions of a connection. Akaji's moniker of the Red Hand was already known on the net, and there were more than a few commentators that were pointing fingers at her. Naturally, the girls quickly put two and two together and began to question Akaji about her actions last night. They wanted clarification and demanded answers from Akaji. Naomi was, of course, well aware of what happened but feigned ignorance, though Akaji found it funny how nervous the girl was. Yes, we killed them, Akaji answered while munching on some toast. I mean, the handprint is kinda my calling card, isn't it? My moniker is the Red Hand after all. She rolled her eyes. That and there aren't many people who could simultaneously take out 16 people at once, 2 of which are high-ranking members of the Japanese government. Akaji was beaming with pride.
But why? Kana asked.
I mean, what do they or their families have to do with our kidnapping? Kana didn't see the connection. Well, Mayuri and Nagumo were in on that whole operation to kidnap you, Akaji explained. Besides the Prime Minister, those 2 were essentially the brains of the operation. I let the PM live because it's more convenient that way, but do you really think I would allow people who plotted to harm you go scot-free? Akaji continued, however, that's not the reason we took them out. She took a sip of her coffee.
It wasn't. Mika asked.
Then why? The blue-haired girl was concerned. Because it's my job? Akaji responded with an exasperated look.
I'm an assassin.
And what do assassins do, Mika?
Ah.
Mika didn't want to answer that question. So it was a job? Kana said, interjecting. You took out the entire family because someone asked you to? Not because you wanted revenge, right? Kana thought her sister had wiped out the family because some of its members were involved in their kidnapping. She could understand going after those that kidnapped them, but she wasn't comfortable harming people for what members of their family did.
Kana.
Do you really think I would go so far as to kill people just because someone they're related to harmed me or my family? Akaji was annoyed that Kana had thought her so petty.
I only kill for a reason, Kana.
I'm not some psychopathic murderer who kills people for fun, nor do I turn my wrath on those who are undeserving of it. Akaji's previously calm voice had turned slightly angry. I don't appreciate being put in the same camp as such people, even by you. Akaji was genuinely upset with Kana. I have standards and rules and I try to stick to them. Kana was stunned. Her sister had rarely gotten upset with her. While she couldn't completely understand Akaji's mindset, it was clear that her comments had cut deep and Akaji felt insulted. Oof, it looks like Kana made a similar mistake to me. It would seem we both rushed to judgment and insulted her in the process. Naomi had already been on the receiving end of Akaji's displeasure before.
It's quite funny though.
Not much seems to make Akaji mad, but insulting her professionalism really sets her off. Naomi was glad Akaji's ire wasn't pointed at her this time. Kana quickly realized her mistake and apologized.
I'm sorry, Wani-chan.
I didn't mean to make you so mad. I guess I don't fully understand everything about you and what you do.
Kana continued.
When you said you killed them, I assumed it was for personal reasons, and the thought that you would do something like that made me uncomfortable. Kana had come to accept her sister's nature as an assassin and the fact that she killed people. It was just that there was a fine line between killing as a job and killing for pleasure, and she was scared that her sister might one day cross it. This was a reasonable fear due to Akaji's mental illness and the changes she had undergone since merging with the Shadow Lord.
Akaji sighed. Yeah, it's alright.
I shouldn't have gotten upset with you. She shook her head. What I do is quite far removed from what you're used to. It's only natural that you misunderstand me and my intentions, and it doesn't help that I'm quite high-strung about maintaining my image. As she said this, Yumi approached through the doorway.
Indeed. Yumi chimed in.
My lord especially hates when targets offer to pay her to save themselves. She gave a giggle.
Oi! Akaji yelled.
The idiots that give in to such temptation make a mockery of the industry. It gives the impression that we're money-hungry fools that have no honor or pride.
Akaji grumbled.
She really takes this whole assassin thing seriously, doesn't she?
Kana, Mika, and Naomi. Spoiler.
The girls wrapped up breakfast and decided to tune into the upcoming news conference scheduled for 11 a.m. The Prime Minister was set to speak about the events of the preceding day and provide answers to the media. There was already massive speculation about the attack on Camp Katsura and theories were being thrown around wildly. Akaji figured it was going to be a complete shit show and was eagerly awaiting its start. Kana and the others were less enthusiastic at watching their nation's government panic, but decided to watch alongside Akaji. Determining that the kitchen wasn't the most appropriate place to watch this drama unfold, Akaji and the others moved to the living room and projected the livestream on a massive monitor. Yumi brought drinks for the girls, while Akaji poured a cup of her finest sake with a massive smile on her face. You seem to be in high spirits, Naomi said sarcastically.
Of course I am.
Akaji smiled. It's always fun to see these empty suits sweat when I put their feet to the fire. She took a sip. The Empire didn't exactly do PR, but it was always fun watching nobles panic and run crying to the Emperor. Akaji snickered. Wani-chan did always have a sadistic side to her, and I see that only got worse. Kana could only shake her head at her sister's comments.
Oh, it's starting.
Akaji's eyes shined. This is gonna be great. 10:1 Hishia sends me an angry message at the end. She turned up the volume of the broadcast. After a few moments, a man in a suit introduced the Japanese Prime Minister Hideki Nakamura, who quickly took his place behind a podium in front of a large crowd of reporters. Damn, he looks like death.
Akagi commented.
The Prime Minister clearly hadn't slept last night and he looked absolutely miserable. Good morning, everyone. He was already sweating. Please hold your questions until the end.
Thank you.
He cleared his throat and took a drink of water. Yesterday at approximately 4:34 p.m., Camp Katsura in Kyoto was attacked by a group of assailants led by the returnee Rishia Tamagawa aka Akagi.
PM.
The room lit up with murmuring at the mention of a returnee being involved. Her forces assaulted the base, which resulted in the death of 647 soldiers and staff, and another 287 injured to various degrees. I must also report that General Run Izayama was also killed in the attack. I have already spoken to his family and gave my condolences. He was a brave soldier and a good man, and Japan is less without him. The PM began to sweat more. While the brave troops of Camp Katsura put up a valiant fight, they were no match for the power Akagi displayed. Our reports say that she sliced the main gate in half with a single swing of her blade, as well as dueled one of the returnees who were working with us and killed him in single combat.
PM.
A few gasps could be heard among the crowd. Such an extremely high death toll was practically unheard of in modern military operations. At present, Ms. Akagi is at large, and should be considered armed and dangerous. He coughed. We advise the public not to do anything which could provoke her, and total avoidance is preferred where possible.
PM.
Oh no, whatever will I do? Kana, you guys have to avoid me now, how sad. She faked crying. In response, the three girls just rolled their eyes at Akagi's sarcasm. Additionally, I can confirm that the deaths of Speaker Mayuri Mitsuhide and Defense Secretary Nagumo Mitsuhide were both caused by Ms. Akagi based on evidence gathered at the scene. He looked increasingly nervous. I'm shocked, Akagi said sarcastically. How could they ever figure it out? She looked at the others. Kana, Mika, and Naomi's expressions were flat. Yeah, it should have been impossible.
Ha.
Kana said robotically. They must be the best detectives ever, Naomi replied in a monotone. Yeah, they make Sherlock Holmes look like an amateur, Mika said while looking at the ceiling. The three let out a group sigh. All jokes aside, isn't this bad?
Kana asked.
It looks like they're just going to blame you and try again. Yeah, this doesn't look good, Naomi said with concern. It's their fault for all this anyway.
Mika pouted.
Akagi simply shrugged in response. Just watch. The Prime Minister continued with his address for about 10 more minutes. It was a pretty standard political spiel, but most interestingly, he refrained from stating why Akagi attacked the base. It was obvious that he didn't exactly want to own up to his mistake, but Akagi made sure he couldn't weasel his way out. Once he finished, he, reluctantly, opened up the floor for questions from the press. Sir, do we know the reason why this woman attacked the JSDF base? Many people at home have been concerned about events just like this ever since it was revealed that some of the survivors had retained their abilities once they exited the game. Should we be concerned about further attacks?
Reporter 1.
The Prime Minister really didn't want to answer this question, but he had no choice. Akagi had made sure of that when she spoke to him. If the PM tried to worm his way out, let's just say bad things would happen. Yes, we do know the reason. He took a deep breath. The woman known as Akagi attacked JSDF Camp Katsura in response to us taking her younger sister and her two friends into custody. PM. As soon as he said this, the press pool lit up with questions. Mr. Prime Minister, what do you mean taken into custody? Why were those girls taken by the JSDF?
Reporter 2.
Sweat began to drip from his face, so he used a small rag from his pocket. The girls were taken as part of a special military operation to eliminate the returnee known as Akagi. We intended to remove her as a potential threat to Japan before she could act, and that operation failed.
PM.
At this point, the press pool went nuts, and the Prime Minister had no choice but to reveal most things. He was forced to explain to the public that he and the JSDF acted without the Diet's approval to execute a Japanese citizen and potentially harm 3 others. Naturally, this did not go over well with most of the viewers. The livestream they were watching included a chat, and let's just say the words they were using to describe the PM were quite harsh. Of course, that did not mean that the audience was exactly thrilled with Akagi's actions, but they were definitely unhappy with how the government handled things. Of course, the question eventually moved toward the future. Mr. Prime Minister, as you can imagine, your statements have fueled great public anger. Most of our news feeds are flooded with angry messages and calls for your resignation. However, what many, including myself, want to know is what the government will do next. The reporter asked. Whatever her reasons, this Akaji woman attacked a JSDF base, killed over 600 people, and is responsible for the death of a member of your cabinet. Where does the government go from here?
Reporter 3.
At this point, the PM was mentally exhausted from all the questions and decided to exit stage left without answering the reporter's questions. It didn't help that he had no answer to give, as there was little the Japanese government could do without destroying itself. Members of the press began yelling out to him but were ignored, much to their chagrin. The chat messages were filled with many calls for retaliation by the government against Akaji, while others feared that she might start causing chaos across the nation. Things were devolving into chaos and there was no clear path forward. Clap clap asterisk asterisk 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 clap asterisk. Akaji began to slow clap as the PM ran from the press. Excellent job, Mr. Prime Minister. She laughed. You played your part as requested, now it's time for me to play mine. She looked at Yumi with a terrible grin. Kana became concerned when she saw her sister's face. Wanikan, why do I have a really bad feeling about this? She has that look in her eye again.
Kana.
Because you know me so well, Akaji answered her sister and then disappeared in a flash along with Yumi. The girls were momentarily stunned before they heard Akaji's voice coming from the stream they were watching.
No.
Please tell me she didn't just do that. Kana watched as her sister walked up to the podium that the Prime Minister had just been at seconds earlier. The Secret Service was stunned, as were the many reporters still in the room. Kana put her head in her hands and groaned. Hello everyone. Akaji gave a smile. I apologize for barging in like this, but don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Akaji's warm smile turned into a twisted grin. A few of the security team attempted to subdue her, but Yumi quickly bound them with some magic. Now. I'm not here for a fight, so cool your jets, gentlemen. Akaji looked at the reporters. If you have any questions for me, go ahead, I'm all ears. At this point, the livestream chat went insane. Some people were impressed by her entrance, others were terrified, some called Akaji not so nice names, and a not insignificant number commented on how cute Yumi was. Surprisingly, the press team rolled with this weird situation, while the broadcasting team was politely asked by Chloe to keep going for just a bit longer. The daggers pointed in their general direction had no effect on their decision whatsoever. The first reporter asked his question nervously. Are you really the person who attacked the JSDF base yesterday?
Reporter 1. Yes, I am.
Akaji smiled. You see, the government decided to become my enemy by involving my family in this little game. She started tracing her finger around the top of the podium. So I decided to show the government just how foolish its actions were. The deaths of all those people lie squarely on the government's shoulders. Akaji stared back at the man. I understand being angry that your sister was taken, but was it really necessary to kill so many people? Wasn't there a better way?
Reporter 1.
Akaji thought for a moment. I suppose that rather than attack the base, I could have just snuck in and retrieved the 3 girls. Such an approach was more than in my power. Akaji shrugged. She could have done that. Her ability to remain unseen meant she could have easily walked into the base and freed the 3 girls while only causing a minimum of casualties. But that was not the path she chose. Then why? Akaji cut him off. Because I wanted to send a message. Akaji spat her words at him. I wanted to send a message to not just the Japanese government, but the entire world. If you drag my family or those I care about into our little game, there will be hell to pay. Akaji's words were laced with anger. I'll be point blank, she said, allowing a large amount of darkness to well up behind her. If anyone ever comes after my friends or family again, it won't just be 600 people that die. Her eyes began to glow. I have no qualms about stacking bodies until people get the message. If you want to pick a fight with me, fine, but if you insist on dragging outsiders in, I'll stop holding back. Her words were said with a terrifying roar as darkness enveloped her body. And trust me, you don't want to see what lies within the darkness. Her sudden transformation, alongside the horrifying tone of voice, caused some members of the press to faint. Akaji unleashed her inner darkness and allowed the world to get a glimpse of what she really was. After allowing a moment for the audience to take in the form of pure terror before them, Akaji returned to her usual appearance. I'll take this final moment to make a quick plug. If you have need of my services, you only need to contact me. She gave a wink as Yumi teleported the 2 of them back to her house. A few moments later, the feed was cut, and the live stream ended. Upon returning to the living room, Akaji was assaulted with judgmental stares from the girls. Was that really necessary, One-chan? You just sent the entire country into a panic with that stunt.
Kana scolded her. Necessary? Maybe. Fun? Absolutely. She smiled.
Kana's continued stare showed she wasn't convinced. Seeing this, Akaji decided to sit down and explain her reasoning. Listen, Kana, the best way to keep these idiots from attempting something like this again is to make them afraid of me, she explained. If my little display keeps trouble from starting, then I would say it was absolutely worth it. On the plus side, I doubt anyone will ever bully you three ever again. Akaji tried to add a silver lining.
Yeah, bully or talk to us.
One-chan, unlike you, I don't exactly like being alone in a quiet room.
Kana sighed.
Just tell them that if they don't treat you normally, the scary monster will come and get them.
Akaji laughed.
You laugh, but that's a very real threat, One-chan.
Kana shook her head. Kana, Naomi interjected.
Methods aside, I don't think Akaji is wrong. If she didn't show people just how poor of an idea it is to mess with her, who knows what people would do? She continued. They might attempt to kidnap us again, or worse, they could even go after your parents. Akaji didn't really care about them, but she would probably save them for Kana. It might take some time, but I don't think people will stay wary around us forever, Naomi said. It's likely that after some initial nervousness, people will return to, at least, some amount of normality, especially if we ask them to. Naomi tried to reassure Kana. Naomi was probably right. This event would strike fear into people's hearts, but the public's attention span is quite short, and since Kana, Mika and Naomi were merely adjacent to this situation, things will likely return to normal relatively quickly for them. Of course, that didn't mean that everything would be perfect. Not long after Akaji returned Kana's AR messenger and Akaji's phone exploded with messages. Well, I won my bet. Hishia had sent a very annoyed text message. And what's this? Oh. Mom and Dad want to meet? Isn't that nice? She rolled her eyes. One-chan, they just messaged me too, they're in a panic and want to know where I am. Kana began to draft a reply. If they want to speak with you, I should go too. I can only imagine what they want to say. Kana's face was a mixture of anxiety and anger. Tell them I want to speak today. She turned to Naomi and Mika. For now I'm afraid that I will have to insist that the three of you staying here, way too much chaos right now. Akaji was not in the mood for kidnapping attempt number 2. Naomi, you should she stopped herself. You should at least let your staff know you're okay. And Mika, you should contact your parents as well. Akaji looked slightly apologetic. Tell them that you'll be safe here and that I'll return you soon. I just did. They told me to have fun and to let them know when you'll drop me off. Mika gave a bright smile. Just how laid back are her parents? Akaji stumbled momentarily. I guess that might explain why she's taking everything in stride. Akaji. I do have one question though. Mika continued. What was that cool darkness thing you did on TV? Her eyes were sparkling as she asked. Somehow, Mika might just be the strangest of these three girls. Akaji. Hello. Just wanted to let everyone know that Chapter 28, which will release this Sunday, will mark the end of the first arc of this story. Thank you all so much for reading this, it makes me so happy to see so many people enjoying my work. Nothing will change in chapter releases. At the time of posting this I've written up to Chapter 42 and one more interlude, so things will continue onward. I'm making this announcement to inform you all that if you have any questions for me about the first arc, I will be happy to answer them in the comments below Chapter 28 or on Discord. So if you have any you want answered, please post them at either place. The idea is kind of like a wrap-up in a way. I hope that's something you are all interested in. Now on to the chapter. Nina Hashinomi, or as she is better known as, Hishia, had led the assault team for almost 4 years. Today would be the 6th and final time they challenged the world boss Serval for their freedom. Many people had died leading up to this moment, it all came down to this. The boss was down to a minimal amount of health and was moments from death. Seeing this, Hishia put all her remaining power into one final attack run. She sped towards the Dragon Emperor, deflecting his claw attacks as he tried to stop her. Clang clink bang. Before driving her flaming blade straight into its heart. Aroth, ararararararar. The Dragon Emperor roared in agony as he died, his body shattering into glass. He was dead, Serval had been defeated, and the last world boss had been cleared. Ding. Congratulations, players. The world boss Serval has been defeated. With his defeat, all 10 world bosses in Free World Online have been defeated. As the surviving players lay on the ground, exhausted and depleted, the familiar voice of the game system spoke to them. It celebrated the defeat of the final boss and said it would log everyone out as promised. Finally, Hishia staggered. "Everyone, we're going home." Hishia used what little energy she had left to let out a roar in triumph. An action swiftly joined by the surviving members of the raid team. "Even though we won, this victory still feels hollow." Looking around the room, the bodies of the 8 players lost in this final battle could still be seen. Hishia had gotten to know every member of the assault team quite well over the last 4 years, and those 4 were no exception. "I'm sorry," she whispered to herself. "You all died because of me, because I wasn't strong enough." It was rare for Hishia to show such emotions. As the hero, she had a duty to be strong in the face of anything. But with the game over, the proverbial dam broke, and 4 years of emotions flooded out. She stood in place and cried, harder than at any point in her life. No one seemed to notice her plight, as her teammates were too busy celebrating their victory, much to Hishia's relief. However, the joyous mood was ruined by the mention of a certain name.
"Hey, wait,"
Ishigami interjected. "Doesn't that mean that bitch Akaji got to live through this?" His voice was filled with irritation. "How the hell does that work? She kills all those people for her sick kicks, and she gets to go home." Some of the other players joined in and began to harangue against Akaji.
"All right,"
Ishigami yelled, "when we get back, the first thing we do is bring that bitch to justice." "Hurrah!" The other players cheered. However, Hishia didn't join in. Instead, she just stood in the center of the boss room, her back towards her teammates, her face filled with dread and tears. She could not bring herself to face them, for she was too afraid. She feared what they would do if they found out she had regular contact with Akaji, or that she had even used her to wipe out the Black Gauntlet. Would they be angry? Would they want to kill her too? These questions and more began to swirl in her head, only interrupted when the system made a second announcement.
"Ping. Beginning logout. See you later."
"It's time to go back." Hishia closed her eyes and embraced the strange sensation of logging out.
Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop.
Upon logging out, Hishia found herself in a hospital bed, something she was all too familiar with. Unlike Akaji, or indeed most players, Hishia spent most of her life bedridden in this very hospital. Since she was young, she suffered from an extreme case of muscular dystrophy. Movement was difficult, and doctors told her she likely wouldn't live past the age of 30, even with modern treatment. Her parents had tried everything to save her, but there was nothing further that could be done. This small hospital room in Tokyo had been her entire world since she turned 9 years old. Unable to leave, Hishia turned to the virtual world and she volunteered for many experimental VR medical programs designed for the treatment of disabled patients. Hishia figured that if she was going to die anyway, she might as well use her time to help others. And so, for the next 6 years, she spent most of her days diving into various VR worlds. Some were used for medical testing, while most were games purchased by her parents to allow her to experience some level of normalcy. In VR, Hishia could run, jump, fly and play just like any other person. To someone who could barely lift their own hand, this was truly liberating. Eventually, she met another young girl in one of the VR games she played named Akaji. Hishia had always been quite good at games since she had little else to do but play, but this girl was on a whole other level. The two hit it off and became rivals, always attempting to one-up each other wherever they met. Matches between the two were always intense, and no matter what genre the game was, they would both swiftly master it. When the upcoming Game Free World Online was announced, and applications for alpha testers were opened, the two girls agreed to meet each other in-game and duke it out. It wouldn't be the first VR MMO they played together, but FWO was touted as a revolutionary experience. However, when the alpha opened and it was revealed that death in-game meant death in real life, Hishia, unlike most players, didn't panic. After all, she could die at any moment in the real world, so adding that possibility in-game didn't bother her. One could even say it excited her. Over the years, Hishia came to understand that the Akaji she knew was little more than a facade used to hide her true personality. Hishia had always figured there was more to her rival than she knew, but this was not what she expected. She tried on multiple occasions to talk Akaji away from the dark path she was taking, to no avail. Though deep down, Hishia secretly enjoyed this new Akaji, seeing as her rivalry pushed her to even greater heights in the game. Eventually though, tensions between Akaji and the other players came to a head during the night before the Great Battle of Hassan in the game's second year. With so much pressure, Hishia could no longer avoid fighting her erstwhile friend and agreed to defeat her.
Hishia steeled herself.
She was going to take Akaji down and free the other players from the terror she wrought, or so she thought. The two veteran gamers engaged in an all-out duel to the death, with Hishia bringing her full power to bear. Hishia prepared extensively for this battle. She knew Akaji's tricks and crafted a strategy to beat her. Akagi relied heavily on speed and zones of control as a major part of her build, so she moved their fight into the bowels of Hassan Fortress, a place with little room to maneuver and tight corridors. For a time, this seemed to work as she slowly but surely backed her into a corner. It looks like you're all out of tricks, Akagi. Hishia pointed her sword at the assassin. If you surrender now, I just might be able to convince the others to spare your life. It seemed that Akagi was defeated. Her body was banged and bruised, and she had taken a few direct hits from Hishia's blade. By limiting Akagi's maneuverability and preventing her from using some of her most potent moves, she was able to wear her down and exploit her low defenses. Surrender.
Akagi laughed.
Why on earth would I do that? After all, the real fight is just beginning. Her eyes began to glow. What the hell is she talking about? Is she trying to bluff me? I know all her abilities, so how can she even think to try that against me? Hishia was equally parts confused and annoyed. If you won't surrender, then I have no choice but to end you myself. She raised her flaming blade.
Go ahead.
Give me your best shot. She exclaimed as she threw her arms open as if asking to be struck. Hishia didn't know what her plan was, and she wasn't interested in finding out. She poured maximum power into her blade and charged Akagi. Moments later, her blade pierced right through the assassin's heart. Hishia was instantly hit with a combination of joy and regret. No matter how bad she was, Hishia had always considered her a sort of friend. However, these thoughts were quickly interrupted when Akagi's form began to dissolve into an inky black shadow.
Wah! Hishia cried out. What's going on?
Before she could react, the black shadow leapt at her, covering her body in an instant. She struggled to get free but found herself unable to move as the shadow gripped her tighter and tighter.
What's going on?
What is this thing? Did Akagi obtain a familiar? Hishia began to frantically search her memory in an attempt to figure out what this shadow was. However, her mental search was brought to an abrupt end when she heard a voice.
Hishiraya. A twisted voice called out to her.
What do you think? Do you like my new form? The almost demonic voice asked her. It sounded like Akagi's voice, but was twisted to an almost unrecognizable degree. Akagi? The girl barely squeaked out her name as the shadow constricted her further. Yes, that's right, my little hero, it's me. Akagi's twisted voice responded. Didn't I tell you, the real fight has only just begun. She let out a twisted laugh. Hishia tried to escape her grasp, to no avail. Her spells seemed to just bounce off and she couldn't move her arms to use her sword. This caused her to momentarily panic as she thought that she was about to die. However, rather than crush her, Akagi opted to launch Hishia through a nearby wall and into a large empty room. After collecting herself, she found that she had trouble standing, and her entire body felt weak.
What's going on?
What happened to Akagi? Hishia had no idea what just happened. Akagi shouldn't have such an ability, she was sure of it. After taking a moment to regain her strength, she stood intending to face Akagi once again, but what she saw caused her entire body to freeze. Across from her, staring back, was a shadow, one so dark and deep that it made the night itself look bright by comparison. Hishia had seen many horrifying things in FWO, but this shadow struck true terror into her heart. Moments later, her body began to feel heavy and it felt like her mind was on the verge of breaking. It was as if Akagi's very existence was causing her damage.
Hey Akagi? What have you become?
Her thoughts became scrambled at the sight of Akagi's form. Is that any way to look at your best friend? Akagi asked sarcastically. I'm hurt, Hishia, why are you looking at me like I'm some sort of monster? Her twisted voice feigned hurt.
Hishia couldn't respond.
Every instinct she had was screaming at her to run, but she couldn't. Her body wouldn't listen. It was as if she were lying in the hospital bed with her degenerated body. How interesting, I wasn't aware that players could wet themselves in-game. Akagi mused as she looked at her. But I guess that goes to show just how scared you are, huh? The sight of the hero soiling herself was quite amusing. After she said this, the shadow began to coalesce in on itself until it took on Akagi's usual form. Is that better? Akagi said as she dusted herself off. Perhaps now we can dash. When she looked up, Hishia had already passed out and was lying on a pile of rubble. Well, I guess I might have gone a little overboard in trying to scare her. She shrugged and walked over to the unconscious girl. I wonder what the others would say if they saw their hero in such a state. Akagi chuckled as she took a picture with the in-game app. I'll have to show her this later.
Ms. Hashinomi?
Ms. Hashinomi, are you all right? The voice of her doctor snapped Hishia out of her stupor. She was currently in the hospital as her doctor went over her test results. For whatever reason, she had slipped into her mind and relived the events of Hassan all over again. You looked like a soldier with a 1,000-yard stare. Is everything all right? He asked, concerned.
Letting out a big sigh, she said.
Yes, I was just recalling a pretty scary experience in the game. I see. Well, as I was saying, whatever caused your body to change has also cured your disease. Your MD has disappeared and you should be able to begin rebuilding muscle mass. He continued. It will take some time, but everything points to a full recovery. This was great news and something Hishia never imagined to be possible. Upon waking up, Hishia, like many other players, noticed that their appearance had changed to match their game avatar. When she saw her new appearance, she didn't even dare to dream that it meant that her condition was cured. But when the doctor told her that she was going to make a full recovery and be free of the MD that had cursed her, she broke into tears. Hishia spent the next few weeks in physical therapy, ate a special diet, and was told she would be discharged from the hospital and could return to her home for the first time in over 10 years. For both her and her parents, this was a wish come true. In her mind, she even thanked whoever caused this whole incident for giving her a second chance at life. However, this joy didn't last for long. Upon arriving home, she soon discovered that not only did she keep her appearance, but she also kept her powers and items from the game. At first, she treated it like a bonus or a novelty and didn't really think about it. That was until she read one of the documents the police showed her during an interview at her house. Apparently, 100 of the players trapped in the game had retained their abilities, not just her. Hishia scanned through the list, hoping that one person in particular wasn't on it. As she read it, her stomach dropped and her blood ran cold when she reached the name Rishia Tamagawa. This was Akaji's real name. The two had known each other for so long that it even revealed their real names to one another. Hishia had even told Akaji about her disease. The thought that such a monster had been unleashed on the real world sent Hishia into a panic and gave her flashbacks to that night in Hassan. She couldn't be sure how Akaji would act in the real world, but if her time in FWO was anything to go off of, Hishia decided that she couldn't take any chances. In a flash, she messaged Akaji and asked to meet, figuring that it would be best to get out ahead of any potential issues. She would throw away her persona, give up her pride and beg for her safety if need be. Why would the great hero of FWO do this? Why would she choose to lay down her arms rather than fight? It's simple, because Hishia knew what Akaji really was, and she wasn't about to risk her second chance at life being stolen from her. If she had to play nice with the devil to ensure her and her family's safety, then she would.
Spoiler.
Akaji's appearance at the Prime Minister's press conference simultaneously shocked, horrified, and amazed not just the people of Japan, but the entire world. His address was broadcast globally and watched by several billion people. Across the world, various governments began to hold briefings on what they witnessed, and intelligence agencies began to investigate the returnees. In Japan, things fell into chaos, as almost immediately after Akaji vanished, the Prime Minister and most of his cabinet tendered their resignation. The Diet announced a series of criminal inquiries into the government's actions, while the military disavowed those who participated in the scheme. It seemed that Akaji wouldn't have to worry about government retaliation in the near future, but she wasn't going to make any assumptions. Akaji and her sister were currently sitting in a public park not too far from their home. It was a place the two had come many times during their younger years to play and was something of a refuge from their parents. Seeing Akaji's actions on TV, their parents demanded to meet with Akaji, most likely to disown her, and Kana was told to stay away from her sister. This confrontation had been a long time coming, but that didn't make it any easier. They wanted to meet as soon as possible, so they left work early to meet immediately. Yumi also accompanied the girls at Akaji's insistence, which required a bit of explanation to Kana about Yumi's condition. From what she told Kana, Akaji could detect that Yumi's mental health was damaged by her interaction with Minazawa. Yumi often had trouble talking about her past, and the time she did so often led to an attack later on. That's how traumatized the girl was. Akaji's personal history with mental illness was useful in providing treatment, and after some time, Yumi had made about a 90% recovery. However, no matter how much Akaji tried, she could never completely undo the mental trauma inflicted upon the girl. As a result, Yumi still suffered from nightmares and panic attacks, things she likely would never fully recover from. Akaji had gotten to know Yumi's tells for when an attack was imminent, and she informed Kana that it could occur at any time. So she refused to leave her side until it passed. Around 4 o'clock, Kana received a message informing her that their parents were home and would be waiting for them. "One-ichan, please don't do anything rash, okay?" Kana pleaded with her sister to remain calm. She honestly wasn't sure what was about to happen. In the back of her mind, she expected Akaji to kill them. The three girls began walking together along the sidewalk. "I promise that I won't do anything crazy, Kana." Akaji looked at her sister. But I won't sit by and take insults, nor will I allow them to dictate my ability to see you. That is non-negotiable. Of course Kana wouldn't want to be separated from her either, but she felt powerless in the face of both her parents' demands. She knew that one day things would come to a head and conflict between her sister and them was inevitable, but with Akaji's changes the dynamic had gone from a lone, but powerless girl, fighting her parents to a situation where her parents could realistically do nothing to stop her. Kana's parents had always treated her well and were generally quite kind to her. As a result, her feelings were a mixture of sadness for their actions and anxiety at the rift between them and Akaji. If she could have it her way, her parents and Akaji would repair their relationship, but she doubted such a thing was possible at this point. Akaji figured that she was going to be formally disowned by her parents and told to stay away from the family and Kana from now on. Naturally, Akaji didn't really care about being part of the Tamagawa family, and she had been planning a formal exit for some time. But she would never accept separation from Kana, not now and not ever, and this was likely to be the thing that started a fight. Akaji had a lot of patience for her so-called parents in the past, but now she wasn't sure she could bite her tongue. The dark emotions that swirled within her mind had only grown stronger over these last 4 years, and the fact that her humanity had dwindled didn't help matters. It only took a few minutes to walk from the park to their house, and their mother, Shima, was waiting for them inside the door.
Hey Mom, I'm home.
Kana greeted her and was immediately pulled away, with her mother putting herself between Akaji and Kana. She stared at Akaji, her eyes filled with little more than contempt and anger. It was a look Akaji had seen many times during her life. Nice to see you too, Shima. Akaji couldn't even pretend to treat this woman as her mother. Smack Kana's eyes went wide as she watched her mother smack Akaji across the face. How dare you put Kana in danger? Her mother screamed. Akaji was surprised. She'd only been struck by her parents once before. I guess you can't blame the alcohol this time, she replied sarcastically.
Kana freaked out.
What are you doing, Mom? Why would you hit One-ichan? You shouldn't call her that, Kana. This thing is little more than a monster, she's not your sister. Shima's words shocked Kana, who was left speechless. And you? She looked at Akaji. I always knew you were a mistake. From the day you were born, I felt something was wrong with you, and now I know why. Shima denounced Akaji with no hesitation in her voice.
She turned to Kana.
Go into the living room, you don't need to be here for this, she said with a serious look in her eye. What, there's no way I'm going to dash, she was interrupted. Go Kana, she's right, this won't take long. Please. Akaji motioned for her to leave. She didn't want Kana to see the impending dispute between her and their parents. Kana could only hang her head and nod. She walked up the hallway, bypassing her father, and went into the living room. Akaji didn't know if she would keep out, so she wanted to make this as quick as possible. Come with me, and leave your little friend/monster behind, she's not involved. Shima looked at Yumi. Yumi refrained from saying anything out of respect for her master, but Akaji wasn't content to let that slide. First, Yumi isn't a monster, she's a priestess. Second, she's someone very important to me, I won't have us separated. So drop the attitude. Akaji growled. Shima responded unflinchingly. Fine, I don't really have the energy to argue with you over something this stupid, you can bring your priestess. Shima turned, and the 3 women walked into the dining room where Taichi, her father, was sitting. When Akaji entered the room, Taichi gave her a look of disgust, and his eyes told her everything she needed to know. These 2 people, why did I ever care about what they thought of me? I can't really remember a time when they acted like parents or even pretended to care about me. Is it really okay to leave Kana in a place like this? She pushed away her thoughts and took a seat. She quickly activated her telepathic link with Yumi before coming to the house. Yumi, listen. These 2 are probably going to say some things that are going to really upset you. I need you to remain calm and just stand there and take it, okay? Akaji. Yumi nodded, but it was clear her instructions didn't make her happy. Everyone took a seat at the kitchen table, and Taichi was the first one to speak. Rishia, you know why you're here, right? Akaji shrugged. I'm pretty sure I do, but how about you tell me yourself, Taichi? And also, don't call me Rishia, my name is Akaji, not that you ever cared about what I wanted. Akaji was trying to get under his skin as much as possible. I will call you whatever I damn well please, he snarled back. I'll cut straight to the point. You are hereby banished from the Tamagawa household and will be removed from the family registry. Henceforth, you are never to use the Tamagawa name again, we want nothing to do with a monster like you. He looked at her in contempt. Formally removing someone from the family was an old practice that had little legal significance in modern Japan, but its social and cultural impact was massive. Fine by me, I wasn't planning on keeping that family name anyway. The two of you both disgust me as much as I disgust you anyway. Akagi said as she picked at her fingernails. You are also to stay the hell away from Kana. I don't want her wrapped up in any more of your problems, you hear me?
Shima yelled. Akagi replied. Oh, I hear you all right.
However, I fail to see why I should listen, Akagi replied with a smirk. You have no power over me. If I want to spend time with Kana.
She leaned in.
I would love to see you get in my way. Strangely, the two seemed unfazed by her threats. You really are a monster, aren't you? You killed all those people, and you don't even care.
Shima looked at her. Are you going to kill more?
Are you going to drag Kana into this? Are you going to make her kill? Is that what you want?
Shima yelled.
Akagi took a moment to answer.
You're right. I am a monster. But what does that make you? She pointed at Shima. You two threw away your daughter just because she wasn't that smart, because I had some issues, and because I wasn't a child you could take pride in. You cast me aside in favor of Kana, for what? Akagi fired back. What kind of parents do that to their own child? If you ask me, it's the pot calling the kettle black when you call me a monster. Akagi looked at the two of them. I'll tell you what I think. The two of you don't actually care about Kana. You see her as nothing more than a trophy, something you can brag about to others, and as someone who will be your meal ticket in the future. Her voice grew angry. This family never has any use for people that can't be shown off as status, and I guarantee you would throw Kana away in a heartbeat if she ever shows signs of struggling. The Tamagawa family was quite ruthless, and she'd heard tale of other members being cast away in the past. What are you talking about? Kana is our daughter, of course we love her. Shima practically screamed. We would never cast out our own child. And what was I? Was I not your own child? Your own daughter?
Before I got trapped in FWO, I had no powers, but neither of you treated me as one. Hell, you were embarrassed by me.
Akagi laughed.
Once you figured that I wouldn't be anything special, you abandoned me, left me to rot, and tore me down at any chance you got. Akagi couldn't even remember a time where these two even pretended to care about her or her well-being. I'm sure you would have killed me at that time if you could have gotten away with it. Akagi's eyes turned sad as she said this. That's because you were never our daughter in the first place. From the day you were born, we knew something was wrong with your existence, Taichi interjected. We could never figure out just why, but Shima and I could tell that you weren't our child. It took until today to figure out exactly what was wrong with you, and now we know.
His words cut deep.
You are little more than a creature that took the place of our child, a monster. In the guise of a person. I don't know who or what you really are, and I don't care. But, I am absolutely sure that you are not Rishia Tamagawa, and you never were. Hearing that they never once thought of her as their daughter, Akagi found herself shocked. All this time, she thought that they at least tried to love her in the beginning. Looking back, it was clear she was deluding herself. The happy memories she had from when she was a kid were nothing more than an illusion. Her parents always treated her standoffishly and never once told her they loved her. There was never any chance these two would, because to them, she was nothing more than a mistake, one they wished to rid themselves of as soon as possible. Sure, Akagi had always felt different than others, but she had always thought herself as human. But now, hearing their words, she began to doubt herself. Was I ever really human? Akagi's mind went back to the day of her mental breakdown and the things she saw and heard in her mind. Man, that kinda stings hearing that. Akagi fought to hold back her tears. Her thoughts drifting the mistake she almost made on that day all those years ago. Right now, more than anything in the world, she wanted to kill these two people, but she couldn't. She couldn't make Kana an orphan, no matter how much she hated them. Even if they were just using Kana, she couldn't bear to face her sister after doing something so heinous. Akagi became trapped in her mind. She bounced between thoughts, stuck in a loop as she tried to figure out what she should do. Yumi looked on, her face plastered with concern for her master, and contempt for these people. She couldn't bear to see Akagi in such pain, but her orders stopped her from intervening. It seemed like this cycle would continue indefinitely until Kana's voice broke the silence in the room. Is that true? Her eyes were wet. You never loved Wani-chan? You never thought of her as my sister? Kana's face looked like she was ready to cry at any moment. How could you say such horrible things?
Kana! Her mother yelled.
I thought I told you to wait in the living room. You don't need to be here. Kana's scream interrupted her words. Do you have any idea what you did to her? Kana screamed so loud it rattled the windows. You treated her like dirt, acted like she was a stranger in her own home, and drove her into despair so deep that she almost killed me. She looked at her sister, who was shocked by her statement. Yes, One-chan, I know about that. Akagi had tried to hide the fact that she almost killed her for all these years. She thought no one but her knew why she experienced a severe mental breakdown that day. Before Akagi could say anything, Kana continued. I was awake when you entered the room with the knife, but I pretended to be asleep.
Kana continued.
I knew what you wanted to do to me, and I was prepared to accept it. She began to cry. Why? Why would you just accept me killing you, Kana? Akagi yelled, completely baffled by what her sister was saying. Because I thought that I deserved it for taking your family from you. Kana began to cry even harder. I thought that if I died, Mom and Dad would go back to loving you. You knew? You knew all this time and yet you still loved me as your sister? After I almost did something so horrible. Akagi's face began to fill with tears, as her mind went blank. Spoiler. From a young age, it was obvious there was something special about Kana. By her first birthday, the girl was already able to speak in, relatively, clear sentences. When her intelligence was tested on her second birthday, her parents were shocked to learn her IQ was over 180. From that day forward, her parents dumped all their efforts into raising her. She was placed in accelerated learning programs, had personal tutors, and was showered with as much praise as any kid could desire. She was loved as a proper member of the Tamagawa family, and her family expected great things from her. However, this all came at the expense of her older sister. Akagi was almost 5 years old when her sister was born and was already relegated to a role of non-importance in the Tamagawa household. Her early test scores show her to be average to slightly below average in her test-taking ability, and her IQ hovered around 95 to 100. Ordinarily, such results would be seen as reasonable, but Akagi's parents were anything but. It wasn't as if the two of them were geniuses or intellectually gifted, their intelligence was around the same as Akagi's, but for some reason, they expected much more of their children. Akagi would later come to understand that the Tamagawa family was one that had little tolerance for mediocrity and was ruthless in its pursuit of success. On top of having average intelligence, Akagi suffered from a form of social anxiety and generally had a difficult time interacting with other children. All this combined to make Akagi's life quite miserable and left her with little to no support from her family. At first, her parents had assumed her issues could be cured with brute force, and they intentionally placed her in situations where she would need to interact with children her own age. She was forced into playdates, study groups, and other activities for children to socially and intellectually develop. However, this backfired, and she became not only more reclusive but also more aggressive toward other children. After much pressure from the teaching staff, Akagi was tested for mental disorders, which confirmed that she suffered from antisocial personality disorder, APD. This diagnosis was the final straw for Akagi's parents, and she was effectively abandoned in her own home. Her parents refused to seek treatment and were content to focus all their time and effort on Kana, who they saw as having a future worth investing in. This left the young Akagi alone. Her younger sister was kept at arm's length, and she found herself with no friends at school. Even her extended family didn't care about her. If anything, their treatment of her was even worse. However, despite this, she persisted. She cooked for herself, did her own laundry, and continued going to school all on her own, for no other reason than because she had no idea what else to do. Over the years, she was forced to watch as her parents doted on her younger sister, praised her success, and just genuinely treated her as a beloved daughter. Her mind told her that she should hate the younger girl, but she tried her best to banish such thoughts as she understood they were wrong. However, there was only so much the young girl could bear. Her birthdays were never something special for her. The only person who ever wished her a happy birthday was her younger sister, and her parents never mentioned it. Her 12th birthday came and went without fanfare as per usual. However, this year was also to be Kana's 8th birthday and a celebration of her placing first on a national test. In the lead-up, her parents made sure to tell her just how worthless she was and constantly compared her to her sister. When the day of the party came, and the entire family was invited, Akagi was forced to endure the greatest humiliation of her life. Her parents not only forced her to dress and act ridiculously for the entertainment of the guests, but she was also made to endure a ferocious beating at the hands of her parents. This marked the first and only time that they ever laid their hands on her, and afterward they always pretended it never happened. If it was just this much, Akagi could have just chalked it up as another day. However, what truly broke the girl was her sister's reaction. She laughed. She found the circumstances her sister was in funny. Even when her father smacked her head against the table, Kana continued laughing, though her eyes showed she was horrified. Akagi couldn't know at the time, but the reason Kana was laughing was because she was forced to do so by her parents. The girl wanted desperately to intervene and stop this abuse, but she was just an 8-year-old girl who could do nothing. After that day, Akagi broke down further. Until then, she always saw Kana as her lovable little sister and the only person in the house that cared about her. But seeing her laugh at her misery caused the final crack to appear in the girl's mind. All at once, the years of negative thoughts that she pushed to the back of her mind exploded outward. She began to hate her sister, she thought her responsible for everything that had happened to her, and most importantly she wanted to kill her. In her mind, if she removed Kana, not only would it be payback to her parents but it would mean that they might love her again. A delusion to be sure, but one that her mind clung to. Eventually, these thoughts piled up to the point that she could no longer ignore them until one night, she found herself standing over her sister holding a kitchen knife in one hand. She had walked into the sleeping girl's room ready to end her life, and she may very well have done it. However, Kana was not to die that day. In a brief flash of sanity, Akagi realized what she was about to do. She cast the knife out the window and ran straight back to her room. The realization that she nearly killed her younger sent her into a crisis, only worsened by the dark thoughts that tried to get her to finish the job. The next morning she was rushed to the hospital at Kana's urging. When the young girl checked on Akagi the next morning, she was writhing in pain and Kana even claimed that her sister's right eye had turned orange, though her parents never saw such a thing. The doctors were astonished by what Akagi told them while she was in her semi-lucid state. She told them about the years of abuse, her parents' treatment, and what they did at the party, though she refrained from mentioning the attempted murder. As a result, her parents were thoroughly scolded for their actions and Akagi was nearly taken away by protective services. However, some fake tears and sob stories along with some help from influential members of the Tamagawa family prevented that from happening. It wasn't as if they wanted to keep Akagi, it was more than the humiliation from having their dirty laundry aired was much worse. Akagi spent the next several months receiving medical treatment at the hospital. The doctors told her that she would likely never fully recover and that she should focus on keeping her stress levels down. They offered her medication, but her parents refused to administer or accept it. Eventually, she was discharged and taken home. Kana later apologized to her and explained why she laughed at the party, and while Akagi forgave her, Kana never forgave herself. Since that day, Shima and Taichi never again raised their hands against her, though other abuse continued, most of which Kana was unaware of. Not because they changed their minds about her, more because they feared such incidents becoming public. They figured that, eventually, she would leave the house and be someone else's problem. This isolation led to Akagi becoming the young woman we know today. Someone with an aggressive personality, flexible morals, and a propensity to reject existing power structures. Her ability to dive into games and play the most negative roles available only heightened many of her most destructive traits. When she became trapped in FWO, her last remaining psychological restraints failed, and she gave in to her worst impulses. Luckily for the other players, her desire to kill was funneled into assassinations rather than random acts of slaughter. Now, all these years later, Akagi finds herself in an all-too-familiar place. Her mind is screaming at her to use her power to kill these people and take revenge for her horrible treatment. It's telling her that it's okay and that all she needs to do is just let go. If everyone is going to call her a monster, why shouldn't she act like one? Why should she pretend to be human anymore? After having her last bit of hope taken from her. After finding out that her parents never loved her and hearing that Kana was ready to die for her all because of these horrible people, she was ready to give in. As Kana and her parents stood around the table and argued, she slowly began to gather her power, fully intent on killing them. At this point, she no longer cared if Kana hated her for what she was about to do, and she wouldn't ask for or expect forgiveness. However, just as the story was about to develop into a tragedy, Akagi felt a pair of arms wrap around her and hug her tight. "Don't do it, Akagi." Yumi screamed so loud that everyone else went silent. "Please. Don't give in to your hate. Don't listen to that dark voice inside your head. It's not worth it, and you'll never forgive yourself for it." Yumi moved to face Akagi. "Didn't you always tell me that you would be here for me? That you'd listen to me? That when I was in pain, I could count on you?" Yumi began to cry. "Well, I'm here for you too. When you're in pain, when you feel those thoughts, when you need someone to listen to you. I am here for you. Just like you were all those years ago, and just like you saved me then. I'm going to save you now." She squeezed Akagi tight. "So I won't let you do it. I won't let you get consumed by your anger. Because if you do, you won't be you anymore." Her sudden declaration and squeeze caused Akagi to snap back to reality. Seeing the crying priestess, she cursed herself for causing Yumi to cry on her behalf and she began to stroke her head. "Thank you, Yumi. Thank you for stopping me." She hugged her back. "You're right, I would have regretted it. I would have hated myself afterward.
So thank you, Akagi said with tears in her eyes. This sudden display shocked everyone else. Kana stared at her sister and pieced together what was about to happen. One-chan. She was going to kill mom and dad right then and there. She was so angry with them that her love for me was completely overshadowed at that moment. But Yumi was able to stop her before it was too late. One-chan told me that Yumi needed her because of her past trauma, but I think the reverse is also true. Kana began to ask herself just what the relationship between the two was. Their parents were stunned at this sudden display. They never imagined that Akagi would actually kill them, nor did they expect someone besides Kana to act in such a loving way toward her. While it didn't cause them to have doubts about how they viewed Akagi, it served as a shock to the system. It showed that even if they didn't care, that someone else did, and that someone just saved their lives. After a few moments, Akagi and Yumi broke apart, and Kana decided to end the silence. One-chan, I want to live with you, Kana declared. It's obvious that I shouldn't stay with the people caused you so much pain. Kana was thoroughly disgusted with her parents. If they were willing to abandon you, why shouldn't I do the same to them? Kana, that's no. Akagi was interrupted. I won't take no for an answer. She held firm. Right now, who needs me more? Them or you? For my entire life, all I've done is cause you pain in one way or another, and I've never done anything to rectify that. Even if you tell me it wasn't my fault, that doesn't make me feel any better. I could have tried harder to help you, and I'm sure there was much more I could have done to ease your pain, but I didn't. Kana said with wet eyes. So please let me do this. Let me try and heal even just the smallest amount of pain. If for nothing else than my own selfishness. Kana pleaded with her sister, even going so far as to Dajiza. Seeing her sister's determination, she had no choice but to agree. Fine, but what does that mean for your relationship with these two? I can't imagine you want to completely abandon them, even after everything. Akagi knew that no matter how angry she was, Kana still loved her parents. You're right, I don't want to abandon them completely. But right now you need me more than them. She turned to face her shocked parents. Mom, Dad, despite everything, I still love you. Even if you tormented One-chan, even if you said such horrible things, I still love you. But, at least for now, I need to separate. I've neglected One-chan for far too long and I have to work to atone for the pain I've caused her. So for the moment, this is goodbye. Kana gave a respectful bow. Naturally, her parents argued with her and told her that they would never approve of her living with Akagi. However, Kana was unrelenting and frankly, there was little they could do to stop the endeavor. Akagi used her storage box to pack up all of Kana's things, and then Yumi teleported them back to Akagi's home. Today had been one of the hardest days of their lives. Kana's relationship with her parents was strained, perhaps beyond recovery. Akagi was shown just how much they hated her, but also how much she was loved by the people most important to her. In the end, while it was difficult, it was for the best. Akagi felt like a weight was off her shoulders, and for the first time in her life, she felt optimistic about the future. So you're really going to live here with Akagi? Naomi asked. Akagi and the girls were currently sitting at a table in the garden, enjoying the snacks and tea Yumi brought. Kana was unsure just how much to tell Mika and Naomi about what had transpired at the Tamagawa house, but Akagi encouraged her to open up to her friends. The two of them were aware of the poor relationship Akagi had with her parents, but Kana had always been evasive as to any specifics. Deciding that now was as good of a time as ever, and with Akagi's permission, she explained the full story to them. As one can expect, they weren't happy. I can't believe they would do something so horrible, Mika exclaimed. How could they treat their own daughter like a nuisance? Mika grew up in a loving household, so hearing Kana's story really upset her. You always told us your sister and parents didn't get along, but I never could have imagined it was this bad. She looked at Akagi with a sad face. My parents could be strict, but to cast her aside like that. Naomi was shocked to hear just had transpired. To hear your own parents say you weren't even their child and to call you a monster. I don't even want to imagine such a thing. Naomi. For the time being, I think I should limit contact with my parents. Kana's face looked conflicted. I don't think I could ever bring myself to hate them, but knowing what they put One-chan through makes me so angry. It would likely take some time for Kana to sort through all her feelings. Her parents had been blowing up her messages since she left, but she placed them on mute. When she was ready she would speak to them again, on her terms. As far as I'm concerned, it's all in the past, Mika, Akagi said while drinking her coffee. I can't change it, but I think I'm starting to move past it, at least a little bit. She gave a warm smile as she looked at Yumi. What those two think of me doesn't matter. I only need to care about those who are important to me. Just what is the relationship between those two? They are always together, and I get this strange vibe from them. Being together in the game would have given them plenty of time to sort things out between them too. Kana was still confused about Yumi's relationship with her sister. She knew her sister swung in that direction, but she never really talked about such things with her before. While she could ask her directly, she didn't want to be insensitive. So what happens now? Naomi interjected. I hope this means you won't be leaving school. Akaji's home was quite far away from Kyoto High School after all, and Mika and Naomi didn't want to lose their friend.
Kana stammered.
I honestly haven't given anything much thought, to be honest. Kana's quick exit from her parents' house was done with zero planning. Leaving school won't be necessary.
Akaji chimed in.
I have subordinates that can teleport, so they can just drop you off. As for anything else, we can cross those bridges when we get to them, don't worry. Akaji was pretty nonchalant about the whole thing. I guess that's true, but I don't want to trouble anyone with my problems. Kana wasn't one to depend on others in such a way, she was pretty independent. You're my sister, you can rely on me in times like this. Akaji reminded her. Plus, just teleporting you to and back from school will be no inconvenience.
She shook her head.
They do way harder things than that every day. Akaji cracked a smile. Eventually, with some prodding, Kana relented when Akaji pointed out that she was essentially responsible for her at this point. By moving in with her and distancing herself from her parents, Akaji was her de facto guardian. While Kana might be quite mature and intelligent for her age, she was still just a 16-year-old girl in high school. If she was going to live with Akaji, she would have to endure being taken care of by her. That was the rule. Why do I have a feeling that Akaji just wants to spoil her sister? Naomi chuckled in her mind. The girls chatted a while longer. There was much to cover, until the sun began to hang low in the sky. It's already 7 o'clock? Naomi was surprised.
Today really was a full one, wasn't it?
And it went by so fast. Isn't Hishia's interview going to start soon? I think it's at 8 if I remember correctly. Kana was interested in watching. Yeah, she'll be interviewing with a reporter named Kirika. Akaji checked her memory.
Should be on at 8. What do you say we watch?
It might be interesting, she asked. The girls all agreed. They were quite interested in hearing more about Hishia and her time in FWO. The only information they had gotten was from Akaji or rumors on the net. So seeing the hero of FWO give an interview would be quite interesting. With the allotted time fast approaching, Akaji advised the girls to get cleaned up and comfortable. The estate contained a large bathroom with a tub that resembled a hot spring, much to their delight. While the three girls washed up and got comfortable, Akaji decided to message Hishia to ask her if the interview was still on. To which she received a reply consisting of swearing emojis. Apparently, Akaji was going to be a topic during the interview, which made her even more interested in watching. Once the girls bathed and got in comfy clothes, they followed Akaji and Yumi outside. They were going to watch the interview in one of the pavilions on the pond using Kana's little projector. Yumi, as always, brought drinks and Akaji sat comfortably with her bottle of Ayakashi sake. A little while later, the interviewer, Kirika, appeared before the camera and sat on one of the two sofas in the middle of the room. It seemed she tried to go for a more relaxed atmosphere for her guests. Kirika was quite the famous reporter in Kyoto, even Akaji knew about her, and being on her show was quite the rare honor. After getting seated, she introduced herself, thanked the sponsors, and then moved to begin the interview. Without further ado, please welcome my guest, the one everyone is calling the hero of Free World Online, Nina Hashinomi. Right after she said this, a short girl with purple hair wearing a hoodie and basketball shorts appeared from just off stage. There was a live audience in the room who began clapping as the young girl took her seat across from Kirika. Hishia waved back to the crowd and thanked Kirika and the producers for having her. It's good to have you here, Ms. Hashinomi, or should I call you Hishia? Many of the returnees had taken to their avatar's name, so she asked just to be sure.
Hishia is fine.
I'm used to it. She answered. Then Hishia, we have much to discuss, but I would like to allow you to tell us a little bit about yourself. We know you as the one who led the effort to escape the game, but we really don't know much about you personally. Kirika opened with a pretty standard question for her guests. Well, there is both little and much to say, I guess. Hishia then began an abridged explanation of her time before FWO. She explained that she was diagnosed with terminal MD and that she was bedridden since she was a child.
She'd spent nearly 10 years in VR almost 24/7 and went on to discuss the effect such long-term diving had on her life. That's truly awful, to have to endure such a thing at your age is unimaginable. Karika looked genuinely sad. But if you're up and moving, I assume you're no longer sick? Hishia didn't look like a bedridden girl after all.
Nope, she smiled.
Whatever changed me and the others into our game avatars also cured me of my disease, so I'm 100% healthy. Her face lit up as she explained this and she did a muscle pose. That's good to hear. At least there was a silver lining to your time in FWO.
Karika commented.
We know that many survivors had their bodies changed, but some of them also kept their in-game powers. Akaji had made that quite public early today. If you don't mind, could you show us a bit of magic? I know everyone at home is dying to see it, she asked with a smile.
Sure, I don't mind.
Hishia flicked her finger, causing a small flame to appear above her palm. It was a basic fire spell that every player with MP could use.
Is this good enough?
Hishia asked as she manipulated the flame and made it dance. That's truly amazing, you really can use magic. Karika smiled as the audience cheered. I assume you can do much more than create such a tiny flame.
She chuckled.
Hishia extinguished the flame and gave a nervous laugh.
Perhaps.
How do your parents feel? I mean about having a superpowered daughter.
Karika asked.
They've been really accepting of both my powers and my new appearance. They told me that as long as they got to keep me around, nothing else mattered. She gave an embarrassed smile. That's so nice to hear.
Kirkia smiled.
I can imagine any parent would be thrilled to see their child cured of such a horrible illness. Just being able to spend time with them has been a blessing. Hishia gave a big smile. I never thought I would get to experience hugging them again, let alone being able to go home and walk around. Now then, Kirkia continued. Let's dive into the real reason you're here. We've read many of the stories online or seen a few of the statements other survivors released about their time in FWO, but what can you tell us about it?
She asked.
How was it as someone on the ground in a leadership position like you were? It can't have been easy. Hishia didn't even know where to begin. When we first found out that death in the game would kill us in the real world, most people panicked, while some didn't believe it was possible. I can't even imagine being in that situation, Karika commented. It was pretty bad, lots of people freaked out, and it was pretty much chaos for the first week as people tried to get in the best position to survive.
Hishia sighed.
Did people not cooperate?
Karika asked.
Cooperation seemed like the obvious thing to do to survive, at least from her perspective. Not really.
Hishia shook her head.
You have to realize that most people playing the alpha were pretty hardcore gamers. FWO was marketed as allowing more lone wolf styles of play than other MMOs, so most of us went into it with a pretty uncooperative attitude. The game rewarded players for working on their own, so that didn't help things either. Once we heard that we could actually die, our fight or flight instincts kicked in, and it became every man for himself. Hishia had a pained expression. I wonder just how many more people would have survived if we worked together from the start. Well, it's only natural to look out for yourself, isn't it? Kirika pointed out that was human nature to place yourself above others in such dire situations. So I can't imagine most would fault the trapped players for being more concerned with their own lives than the lives of strangers.
Hishia thought for a moment.
Perhaps you're right, but I still feel bad for not helping those people when they needed it the most. She had abandoned more than one person in those early days, including a friend. My selfishness might have cost me something important. But in the end, you were a big part of why the game was cleared and the trapped people were released, weren't you?
Isn't that enough?
She was trying to cheer her up. I think if you have any guilt, shouldn't saving those 1,400 people be enough to clear your conscience? I was only one of many dedicated people who cleared the world bosses, Hishia said. I couldn't have done it alone, and without the sacrifice of so many good people, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Her face had a dark expression. So I would never take credit for clearing the game. She continued. As for my guilt, I don't know. Saving those people made me happy, but I don't think I can ever shake this feeling of regret, especially after.
Her words stopped.
Seeing that Hishia didn't want to continue this topic, Karika moved on.
True.
But we've heard from other survivors that you were key in keeping morale high, and your skills and knowledge were invaluable in defeating the bosses.
She continued.
It would seem to me that you're downplaying how important your role was. At least from other survivors' perspectives, you are a hero. Since the end of the incident, most of the survivors had given Hishia glowing praise for her actions in the game. I've been called that many times over these last 4 years, But I've never thought of myself as one, Hishya said. I'm just someone who played way too many video games and got good at them.
She chuckled.
I don't think there are many times where that's a good thing, but this was definitely one of them.
Kirkia smiled. Indeed.
Hishya gave a wry smile. But why you? Did you intentionally seek out leadership or did it just kind of happen?
Kirika asked her.
Honestly, a mix of both really. Hishya answered. Once things calmed down, I started talking with some of the other players that I knew. We put together a team with the intention of beating the game as fast as possible. She continued. My extensive experience with these types of games meant that I was always giving advice or coming up with plans, until eventually, I kind of found myself running things. She scratched the back of her head. I figured I might be useful, but I never expected the others to trust me as much as they did. Hishya did enjoy the attention she revived and the praise and adoration from the other players, but she usually tried to play the stoic humble character. The interview continued as Kirka asked about many of the moments during the FWO incident. She touched upon her relationship with the other players, asked her about her greatest regrets, and much more. At about the halfway point, she asked Hishya what she intended to do now that she was free from her disease. I'm honestly not sure.
She scratched her cheek.
I never really gave thought to such things before. I always assumed that my illness would be the end of me. There was no point in thinking of a future you would never have. Have you thought about using your powers to help people in the real world? Perhaps working with either the Japanese government or the United Nations. Hishya's had the power to drastically alter the world depending on how she used it. It would be kinda neat to have a real-life superhero. I'm not sure, but I think I would enjoy helping people in need.
So maybe.
For right now, all she wanted to do was spend time with her family and enjoy her second chance at life. Anything beyond that was a secondary concern to her.
I see.
Kirika's face looked uncomfortable as she asked the next question. So would you be open to using your power to defend the world from other players? It was the question that everyone knew was coming, but knowing didn't make it any easier. Hearing her question, both Hishya and Akagi knew exactly what she was getting at. Hishya's blood ran cold, and her hands started shaking, causing the interviewer to panic slightly.
Are you all right?
I'm sorry if my question upset you. She frantically tried to calm Hishya down. She hadn't wanted to ask this question, but her producer had forced her.
It's all right.
I would have to answer that question eventually, so why not now? She took a deep breath and composed herself. She was still shaken but gave her response anyway. I have no intention of ever standing against Akagi. She declared as she stared into the camera.
Spoiler.
I have no intention of ever standing against Akagi. Hishya's words rang out across the airwaves. She knew that after the incident at Camp Katsura many would look to her for protection from Akagi. She was already under government surveillance and expected to be approached for recruitment in the near future. In the past, she would have jumped at the opportunity to gather more praise and attention, especially on such a massive scale. But that was before she had something to lose. I'm sorry for asking something like that out of the blue.
Kirika apologized.
It's just that with what happened today and yesterday, a lot of people were wondering.
Her voice fell off.
Can you at least tell us why you won't fight her, just for clarification?
Hishya smiled. It's simple.
I have no interest in wasting this second chance at life. Hishya's answer was quite blunt. Don't get me wrong, I don't agree with her methods. Nor do I support her career choice. Then, does that mean you can't beat her? Even with all your power?
Kirika asked.
You won't fight her because you'll lose? No, I cannot defeat her myself, Hishya answered with a sharp tone.
I fought her 1v1 before.
In a scenario where I had all the advantages, the best terrain, the best strategy, everything, and I lost, and it wasn't even close. Hishya thought back to that night in Hassan. She toyed with me, humiliated me, it was as if she didn't even see me as a threat. But even if you couldn't beat her 1v1, surely there are other players you could get to help? Right. There were 98 other players who received power. Surely if they fought her together, they could win. At least that was her train of thought. Teaming up with some of them would overcome the power issue, wouldn't it? Hishya thought for a moment, before letting out a big sigh. You would think that, wouldn't you? That if only we banded together and invested in the power of friendship we could win. Hishya looked at the ceiling. But that's only because you and everyone else don't know the truth. Suddenly, the air in the studio got heavy. Hishya closed her eyes for a brief moment before opening them once again. Kirika was shocked by what she saw, Hishia's eyes had transformed from their usual red color to something that resembled a burnt orange/yellow. But even more striking was Hishia's irises, which changed into slits like a reptile's. Well, what's going on with her eyes? Kirika panicked internally. Seeing the woman's face become pale and the audience starting to act unruly, Hishia opted to rein in her overwhelming pressure. My apologies. Hishia's voice changed from sweet to imposing. I'm still not used to using this power in the real world. The game really undersold just how overwhelming a dragon's aura can be. The term dragon caught everyone's attention.
A dragon? What do you mean?
What was that pressure, and why do your eyes look like that? Kirika was currently running on adrenaline, so her speech was slightly sped up. Because I am a dragon, Hishia answered without hesitation. That pressure you felt was a natural ability of sorts. My mere presence can frighten weaker creatures or make them unable to move just by feeling my power. She seemed to find Kirika's reaction quite amusing and cracked a smile. How is something like even possible? How could you be a dragon? You don't look like one. That doesn't make any sense. Kirika tried to refute Hishia's claim. If I transformed completely, my frame would destroy the building as I am quite large.
Hishia chuckled.
I figured just changing my eyes would be enough of a demonstration. Releasing her draconic powers seemed to cause Hishia's personality to change as well as her eyes. Not only was she no longer nervous, but she also seemed to enjoy watching people tremble at her power. Seeing that Kirika and the audience still didn't understand, Hishia stood up and walked to the front of the stage. Here, perhaps this will make things easier. Hishia took a deep breath and began to pool her energy. A few moments later, she sprouted 2 draconic wings, her ears became pointy and horns appeared from the side of her head. The audience was left completely speechless, which made Hishia laugh. After a moment, she turned back toward Kirika and said, "Is this a little more dragon to you?"
She grinned.
I could also sprout a tail, but I think I've destroyed enough clothing today. Her wings had ripped straight through her hoodie. Gulp, seeing such an imposing form caused Kirika to panic on the inside. Hishia's eyes made her feel like an ant caught in a tornado, and her glare gave the reporter chills. It's not just her appearance that changed, she's almost like a totally different person. Kirika was trying to put on a calm face so that people watching wouldn't panic.
Yes,
I apologize for not believing you, and I'm sorry about the hoodie. She offered to replace it later. Can we continue the interview? I'll put away the horns and wings so it's less strange for you. Hishia walked back to the sofa and retracted her draconic add-ons, minus her eyes and ears. Oh, of course, there are even more questions I have for you now. Kirika gave a wry smile. But first, could you explain this whole dragon thing? I'm still confused about how that's even possible. She knew that some of the returnees were no longer human. There were a few elves, dwarves, and beastkin among them, but a dragon was a totally unexpected revelation. Well, that's easy, Hishia shrugged. After completing a ridiculously hard quest chain, I was rewarded with a racial change which made me a dragon. Though in-game, I was limited in my ability to transform.
She smiled.
When I was given all my powers and such from FWO, it seems that I was made a fully fledged dragon with no restrictions on my power. Hishia continued. In the game, the flavor text explained some of the limitations as a seal on my power. Which was really just the devs explaining away why I couldn't run around in dragon mode 24/7.
Hishia.
I see. Does that mean other players have such incredible power too? Hishia could tell that her revelation had made Kirika nervous. Can other returnees turn into dragons or other crazy things?
No, Hishia shook her head.
The Dragon quest line was only ever completed by me, and we only ever found one other instance of such a dramatic racial change. Of course, she was referring to Akagi and her change into a shadow monster. So, does that mean even with all the power of a dragon, you couldn't beat this Akagi woman? Kirika couldn't understand why she was reluctant to fight.
Hishia sighed.
Didn't I already tell you? I fought her with my full power, and she still beat me. I didn't transform into a full dragon because that was pointless, but I used every other aspect of my draconic blood in that battle. Hishia's race gave her a variety of skills and abilities which were excellent for her as a sword mage. She isn't an opponent I can beat. It's baffling that one woman could defeat a dragon. Kirika had forgotten that she said that. The whole dragon thing kind of took up all her attention. Ha! Hishia let out a loud laugh. Akagi isn't a woman, so don't call her that. Hishia broke out into a fit of laughter. I don't understand what you mean. She's not a woman? Kirika was confused by Hishia's reaction and her choice of words. Remember, we found one other instance where a player's race was changed as dramatically as mine was. Hishia stared at the woman. You saw it, didn't you? On the news this morning, when she stood behind that podium. Hishia rested her hand on her chin. That inky black shadow, that terrifying voice, that feeling of pure dread. Those weren't just some kind of skills, Karika. Most people watching the interview, including Karika herself, had seen the footage. Akaji's dark form standing behind that podium terrified Japan, and her voice was something straight out of a horror movie. There was no way that anyone would ever forget what they saw.
So then she's like you?
She's no longer human? What is she? Karika's heart felt like it was going to leap out of her chest as she asked this question.
No, she's not like me, Karika.
I was once human, but Akaji. I don't believe that she ever was, as much as that makes sense.
She gave a small laugh.
Rather than say she was transformed or changed, I think it would be more accurate to say that she was released.
Are released.
Karika's mind raced. What does that even mean? As for what she is, the game referred to her as a shadow. In-game, she found a Shadow Lord that was sealed, defeated it, and merged with it. This did many things, but most importantly it meant that she was freed from some of the game's limitations.
Hishia explained.
Her real form is not that of the young woman you saw today. Rather, that black shadow you saw during the press conference is what she truly is, everything else is just a facade.
Hishia sighed.
I suppose we're similar in that we're both monsters pretending to be human. Hishia's words stunned Karika. While she didn't fully understand everything, she knew enough to tell that Akaji was dangerous, especially if someone like Hishia was unwilling to fight her. But she's not invincible. You might not be able to beat her alone, but if you all came together there's no way she should win, right? Karika was still trying to understand why Hishia wouldn't work with others to beat her. She's not invincible, but beating her is not guaranteed even with all of us. Hishia continued. She is terrifyingly powerful, and I guarantee over the last 2 years she's gotten even stronger. On top of that, her abilities have likely gotten more potent now that we've returned to the real world. And she isn't alone. That team of hers might not be as strong as the returnees, but you would be foolish to discount them. The strength of Akaji's subordinates was put on full display at Camp Katsura. If we were to fight her, it wouldn't end until one side is eliminated, and it would be foolish to expect mercy from her. So, even if we do have a chance of defeating her, I'm not willing to risk my life unnecessarily. Perhaps in the past I might have, but not anymore. Hishia's answer was not what most expected. The darkness that lurks within her is far more than any light could ever drive away. That night at Hassan, I saw Akaji's soul, her very being. I don't know what she is, and I would rather we never find out. For whatever reason, my blood is telling me that the more Akaji fights, the more she dives into her power, the closer the world will come to calamity. Hishia's shuddered. The last thing we need to do is back her into a corner and force her to go all out if that happens. So then, you have no intention of fighting her?
Karika asked.
Even if she starts attacking other people? As long as Akaji leaves me and my family alone, I have no intention of doing anything to her. In fact, I will be meeting with her tomorrow to make sure things are completely settled between us. She looked at the audience. It might seem heartless, and you might feel that I'm abandoning some duty I have as the hero, but I don't care. Hishia's words were sharp. For the first time in my life, I have a future and something I want to protect. So excuse me for prioritizing that over other people. At this point, Hishia had completely dropped her hero persona. Right now, Akaji doesn't want to destroy the world or anything crazy, and I suspect she just wants to be left alone. So I doubt she will actually become some giant threat to the world like some are predicting. That is, of course, unless she's provoked in some manner, like we saw at Camp Katsura, a battle which was fought on favorable ground with 2 players on the military side, one of which was killed quite easily. While Hishia didn't agree with what Akaji did, she also knew that if left alone, the amount of damage she would do would actually be quite small. That is why I won't fight her, Karika, because I know better than anyone else how senseless such a conflict is. Others have tried and failed to take her down, and I see no reason why another attempt would end in anything other than failure. Even with all of us together, I suspect the odds of winning are not lopsidedly in our favor, and do you want risk the fate of the world on a game of chance? Karika's face showed her shock. Akaji is an absolutely terrifying existence. She showed me that in Hassan. And I would advise everyone else, player or otherwise, to leave her alone. If you don't bother her, she won't bother you. It's as simple as that. Hishia looked into the camera and made a declaration to the entire world.
Spoiler.
Hishia's interview continued for a while longer with Karika trying to return to less tense topics. Hishia's declaration that she wouldn't fight Akaji caused the net to catch fire as message boards and SNS filled with panic, praise, anger, and a variety of other comments. Though the person who was most surprised by her comments was Akaji herself. She was prepared to fight an all-out war against the other players if necessary, and she assumed that Hishia would be at the center of any action. Hearing that she was not only afraid of Akaji but that she would be actively avoiding confrontation was a surprise. The entire time she knew the girl, she'd always had her pegged as a massive egotist and someone who would do anything for attention, so to see her act completely against those assumptions threw her for a loop. Is it a trick to get me to let my guard down? Akaji didn't understand Hishia's actions.
One-ichan.
Kana looked at her sister. What did you do to poor Hishia? Her eyes looked quite judgmental.
Oi!
Akaji exclaimed. Why are you assuming that I did anything to her? Just what do you think of me, Kana? I think that I know you very well, One-ichan. She sighed. You have a tendency to take things too far and that you have a sadistic side, which has only gotten worse, I might add. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Didn't you tell me that Hishia is actually a very vain person under her heroic exterior? That she was actively seeking praise to boost her own ego? Kana pressed Akaji. Well, yes, she is, but Akaji's response was cut off. Then what does it tell you that she just threw all of that away on live global television? Kana was annoyed that her sister wasn't getting her meaning. She just threw away her status as a hero and is likely going to attract a lot of negative attention because she refused to fight you. So sorry for assuming you did something so bad it caused this girl to break character. Kana threw her hands up. I didn't exactly do anything bad to her per se, Kana. Akaji searched her memory until she recalled something that might have caused this. Oh, that might be it. So you did do something to her. Kana's stare intensified. Well, I might have shown her everything regarding my new form when I battled her in Hassan. And that might have caused her to pass out in fear. Akaji scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Kana's face looked confused. I mean, sure you're scary in that shadow form, but I wouldn't say it's that bad. She looked at Naomi and Mika, who agreed. Yeah, I've seen worse things in horror movies.
Mika chuckled.
Strange, but not so bad to cause such a dramatic change, at least in my opinion. Naomi shrugged.
Ah, about that.
Akaji stammered.
So you see.
What I showed Hishia and what I showed you were not the same thing.
What does that mean?
I thought you said that your real body was that shadow. Kana was both annoyed with and confused by her sister. Don't tell me you lied. Don't get all mad, Kana.
Akaji moved to placate her.
I was not lying to you. What you saw was my real body. She continued. However, when I showed it to you three, and when I was in the press room, I restrained my presence. Akaji didn't really have the right words to explain what she meant.
Presence.
Naomi jumped in. Do you mean like how everyone freaked out when Hishia transformed? Like that. They might not have felt it, but they could tell that Karika was made very uncomfortable by whatever Hishia's ability was.
Yeah.
Akaji's eyes began to dart back and forth. So it's like that, but only. Like 1,000 times worse for people that don't have resistances to such things. Akaji began to circle her fingers in embarrassment. I may or may not be a being of pure darkness and death, and well. People really don't tend to like that, Kana. Akaji gave a nervous laugh. Can we see it? Mika was excited to hear about Akaji's ability. That is not a good idea. She quickly refused. With proper resistance and mental preparation, its effects will be minimal. But on regular people like you three, I suspect it would break your mind. Her eyes turned serious. Since we got back from FWO, I have never used it as I would rather not walk around mind-breaking people. Having people froth at the mouth from simply laying eyes of her was amusing, but not really something she wanted to do on the regular.
But wait.
Why was Hishia affected by it?
Naomi asked.
Shouldn't she have enough resistance since she was a high-level player and a dragon? Based on what Akaji said, it didn't make sense that Hishia was impacted by the ability.
Later on she wasn't.
However, suddenly having all of your senses overwhelmed by such an ability with no warning meant that she was vulnerable at that moment, Akaji explained. Hence her passing out. But still, was that enough to make her do a complete 180 on her character like that?
Kana asked.
Are you sure you didn't do anything else? A game ability shouldn't have such long-term effects like that. I think you might be underestimating the damage, Kana. Hishia was basically out of action for almost an entire day after taking my mental attack, and she was in a weakened state for almost a week afterward. Akaji chuckled, remembering the girl's crazy babble when she woke up. On top of that, remember Kana, my abilities were not limited by the game anymore. Such an attack should have just been a status effect, but in my case, the damage it inflicted was far worse. There's a reason why I never did something like that again. Akaji looked at Yumi. Yumi, do you want to tell these girls what can happen to a person when their mind is absolutely destroyed, or should I? Yumi decided to jump in and explain more about trauma and its effects on the mind. From my personal experience, after someone's mind is damaged in such an extreme way, it can cause considerable changes in that person and/or their personality. I experienced a personality shift myself, so I ask that you believe me when I say it can be quite serious. Yumi was practically a different person than she was before the death of her family. So it wouldn't be strange if Hishia actually developed a trauma-related fear after that day which caused her to change somewhat. She looked at Akaji. After Hassan, how much did you interact with Hishia compared to prior to that night? Was it more? Less? And what was she like? Akaji took a moment to think before answering. We interacted less, that's for sure, but she always seemed normal. Though now that you mention it, she did seem to be skittish around me. Akaji had met Hishia quite extensively over the 4 years they spent in FWO. They would go over findings, discuss strategy, and sometimes Hishia would use the time to vent her frustrations to someone with who she could confide. I noticed she seemed off the few times I spoke with her. Talking about you always made her nervous, especially if you were around. Yumi had subtly used the threat of Akaji to shut Hishia up on more than one occasion. If we assume that her change in attitude and behavior wasn't just stress-induced, then it's likely that she was negatively impacted by your ability that day. Yumi's logic was pretty sound and both Kana and Akaji agreed. Being forced to experience something so traumatic likely damaged her mind considerably, and she probably developed a fear of you. But then why would she still meet with Akaji if she was afraid of her? Mika asked a pretty good question. Probably because her trauma was enough to make her afraid, but not so extreme to prevent all contact, especially when she needed my lord's help. Yumi guessed. Either that or she feared retaliation for suddenly ghosting. She shrugged. The only one who can really answer this question is Hishia herself, but I would suspect that any trauma is subconscious. If that's the case, you'll never get a conclusive answer. Yumi's explanation seemed convincing to the girls. One other thing. Yumi continued. I would also add that Hishia did say that she has something to live for now during her interview. Being cured of her disease likely caused her to value her own life more. This was much more accurate than any of them realized. So if you combine a fear caused by seeing my lord's full glory and the newfound value in her own life, her change in attitude makes sense. Full glory. The 3 girls all found that phrase funny. Taking a moment, Kana recalled something Akaji told her over a month ago. One-ichan, isn't she supposed to come here tomorrow to speak with you? Kana asked. You should apologize to her when she does. No, Akaji flatly refused. You do recall that she was trying to kill me in that fight, right? Hishia was tasked with her elimination so that the Hassan defenders didn't have to worry about a knife pointed at their back. So why should I apologize for using everything at my disposal to stop her? Even if I do get along with her, I knew why she was there that night, and I was prepared for a battle to the death. The fact that it ended so anticlimactically doesn't change the context around the battle. Akaji scoffed at her sister's demand. Her statement caused Kana to flinch. She'd forgotten that it was a battle to the death. To be honest, Kana, she's lucky I didn't take the opportunity to kill her right then and there. Akaji pointed out how vulnerable Hishia was after she blacked out. The only reason I abstained from doing so was because of my own sentimentality and the absurdity of how things ended. If things had continued normally, I intended to kill her that night. Akaji grinned. I guess she's right. If Hishia was there to kill her, I can't exactly get mad that One-ichan was prepared to do the same, now can I? Kana mentally scolded herself. You're right. I guess I forgot just that things were pretty tense in FWO. It wasn't just a game, and you fought with your life on the line every day. Sorry. Kana apologized. It's fine, Kana. Akaji shrugged. Now that I think about it, that would explain why she pushed so hard for a truce between me and the assault team. I guess she was afraid of pissing me off, which I can understand. Akaji laughed. If only the Empire learned not to fuck with me as quickly as she did, perhaps the Crown Prince would have kept his head. Yumi let out a giggle at this comment. Just casually mention that you assassinated a member of royalty, why don't you? Naomi wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh at Akaji's statement. Well, whatever her reason, if she doesn't want to fight, that's fine by me. It just means one less person to cause problems.
Akaji chuckled.
Perhaps seeing their great hero tuck their tail between their legs will cause the others to reconsider their actions. Akaji doubted this, but it was nice to hope. It seemed like people wanted to use Hishia as a trump card against you. Naomi understood just how powerful the girl was. Even still, can you really beat the other players if they attack together? I mean, Hishia was powerful, but I'm skeptical if they even needed her. What, you don't believe in me? Akaji looked at Naomi. It's not that I don't believe you're strong, it's just that I find it difficult to believe you can beat 97 other people, each with their own powers, all at the same time.
Naomi stood firm.
If they came at me all at once in a locked room with no way out, that might be tricky.
Akaji conceded.
However, they won't have those numbers or the coordination to pull something like that off. Besides, Akaji smirked. Don't think you've seen every trick up my sleeve. If they try something like that, I've got a few plans in place. You've always got a plan, don't you, One-Ichon?
Kana sighed.
I wouldn't be alive today if I didn't. In this line of work, planning and preparation are 90% of what I do. Akaji stuck out her tongue. Hopefully, I don't have to dip into my plans, and these idiots stay away from me. That was the best case scenario, but unfortunately, the chances of such a peaceful ending were low.
Spoiler.
The five of them chatted together for a few more hours, discussing Hishia, the upcoming school festival, and some more mundane topics. They even played a game where Akaji would transform into a duplicate of one of the girls, and they would have to guess who was who. Funny enough, Mika was the only one to get it correct each time, while Kana was saddened that she was always wrong. This made her friends tease her about not knowing them or Akaji well enough. Eventually it got late, and the girls headed to bed. Tomorrow was Sunday, and they planned on studying for the upcoming exams as they originally planned. Mika was hoping that school would get cancelled due to the past 2 days' events, but Akaji doubted they would get that lucky. Yumi and Akaji headed into the master bedroom and got into their pajamas. Akaji's bed was huge and could easily fit 2 or even 3 people, which meant that on most nights, the two would sleep together. Yumi and Akaji had known each other for over 2 years at this point, and by now, sleeping in the same bed had become the norm. What started as a way for Akaji to calm the girls' night terrors had become something of a habit that neither gave much thought to.
Are you all right?
You look pretty tired. Akaji asked Yumi as she hopped under the covers.
Yeah, I am.
These past few days were a whirlwind of emotions. I'm spent. Yumi talked while brushing her teeth. But it's all right, everything worked out in the end, and that's all that matters. You say that, but I can tell by that look in your eyes that you're at your limit. I just hope that it's not too bad. I really wish she wouldn't push herself, even for my sake. Akaji could tell that the added stress from going with her to her parents had caused Yumi more mental distress. Then let's head to bed, you need your rest, and I have to prepare for Hishia's visit tomorrow. I think she'll be here around 1. Yumi finished brushing her teeth and crawled into bed alongside Akaji and hugged her from behind.
Good night. Yumi. Night.
Akaji. The 2 girls drifted off to sleep. While Akaji herself didn't actually need to sleep, she still enjoyed doing so, and it did leave her feeling refreshed in a sense. While she slept, she was not defenseless and was still semi-conscious of her surroundings, which meant that when Yumi started to yelp a few hours later, she instantly jolted awake. Akaji slowly spun around in bed and saw Yumi's face contorted in pain and anguish. Her attacks would take one of many forms, but the most common was severe nightmares. Usually, she would be forced to relive the day her village was destroyed, and it seemed tonight was no different. Yumi's entire body was shaking, and she began to sweat profusely as she cried out.
Mom. Dad.
Yumi cried out for her parents, please no.
Don't leave me.
I don't want to be alone. Akaji lifted her up, hugged her, and began to stroke her back. She had done this many times before, but seeing her friend like this was never pleasant. It's okay. It's okay.
Shoo.
Akaji tried to calm her. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. Her words were warm and soft as she comforted the shaking girl. Mr. Yuji, Ms. Hakamura, why? The names Yumi called out to were 2 people in the village who helped her as a priestess. From what Akaji told her, they were basically her second parents, and she cared about them very much. Yumi began to fidget in place as she tried to run in her dream.
Please no. Not Miji. Don't hurt her.
Yumi screamed, causing her to wake from the dream, her face filled with tears. Miji was her younger sister and the final person from the village that Kayajaro killed during his rampage. On that day, she watched as he took the young girl's life right in front of her, even as she begged him not to.
It's okay, Yumi. It's okay. Akaji squeezed her tighter. You're not in that village anymore, and that man's dead. He can't hurt you or anyone else anymore. After waking from the nightmare, Yumi was in no condition to speak. Her mind was still damaged from those events all those years ago, and being forced to relive them left her in a delirious state. Akaji continued to comfort her, and it took nearly an hour before Yumi regained her mental faculties. Once she was coherent, Akaji had her take a shower and change clothing, due to the sweat, before the two went back to sleep. This time the two girls faced each other, and Yumi clung to her tightly. The next morning. How long is Wanichan going to sleep? It's already after 10 a.m., and she's supposed to help us before Hishia gets here. Kana and the three girls were sitting at the large kitchen table together with their study supplies. They woke up early to try and regain some of the lost study time from this weekend. Though, most would be surprised that the three girls could devote any time to studying after what happened on Friday. She was probably pretty tired after the last 2 days. I know I was, Naomi commented as she filled in math problems. I wouldn't blame her for wanting to sleep in, but it's strange that we haven't seen Yumi all morning. She didn't strike me as one to sleep in. Mika pointed out that their resident priestess was also missing. While I understand wanting to sleep, we really need her help when we review history. Kana was quite good at all subjects, but for some reason she struggled with history, while her sister excelled in it. I'll go wake her up. It wouldn't be the first time I've had to claw her out of bed. Kana sighed and headed upstairs toward Akaji's bedroom. She was quite annoyed that Akaji overslept, something she had done many times in the past, so when she reached her bedroom she barged right in without knocking. Wanichan, I get that you're tired, but we really need Kana stopped mid-sentence as she saw her sister and Yumi lying on the bed in a deep embrace. Ha! Akaji slowly woke up. What's wrong, Kana? Why is your face all red, are you sick? Akaji was still half asleep. Seeing the two girls lying in bed together in such a way sent Kana's mind spinning. She had already suspected the two had some form of intimate relationship, but she never expected to catch them together in bed. Were they together? At night? While we were here? Kana's mind immediately went to a dirty place. Sorry for barging in. Kana ran back out of the bedroom, completely embarrassed. Which left Akaji even more confused. What the hell was that about? Akaji had a look of complete and utter bewilderment on her face. It's too early in the morning for this, Kana. She sighed. Yumi was still tired after last night, so she opted to leave the girl in bed until she woke up. She stroked Yumi's cheek and ran her fingers through her hair. Akaji couldn't explain why, but she always enjoyed seeing the girl's sleeping face. Akaji went downstairs in her pajamas and found the three girls sitting at the kitchen table. Kana's face had gotten even redder and Naomi and Mika were asking what happened. When she walked into the room, Kana tried to avert her eyes from her sister. Kana, Akaji called out to her, which caused the girl to jump. Would you mind telling me what's going on? And why are you as red as a tomato? Akaji asked. Yeah, you went up to get Akaji, and then you came running back down looking like that's what happened. Naomi also asked. Are you sick or something? Mika asked. Kana stammered. It's, Naomi looked to Akaji and asked. Can you tell us anything? Akaji just shook her head. She barged right into my room saying something about helping her. When I looked up, she was like this. She had no idea what caused this. She said she used to wake you up all the time, so I'm not sure what the problem is, Naomi commented. Maybe what you were wearing caused this? She asked. Mean, I was wearing these pajamas so. Akaji shrugged. Come on, Kana, out with it. What's wrong? I don't want to play 20 questions. You Yumi. Together. Interrupt. Kana couldn't get out a complete sentence. Yumi? What about her? The two slept in the same bed, but that shouldn't cause Kana to act this way. Kana violently shook her head before shouting. I'm sorry I interrupted your special alone time with Yumi. Her sudden declaration caused Mika and Naomi to look at Akaji. Really? You and Yumi? I guess that does make sense. Naomi commented. Now that I think about it, those two are really close. That's so nice. Mika smiled. Wait. Akaji shouted. Kana. What are you talking about? Me and Yumi are not like that. Akaji quickly tried to push back against the girl's assumptions. But I saw the two of you in bed together, and you were clinging to each other. Kana exclaimed. Oh. That's cute.
Mika was enjoying this. So Akaji can be passionate about things other than assassination. Naomi poked fun at her. I bet Kana's jealous. You two aren't helping. Akaji yelled back. Listen, Yumi and I are not in that kind of relationship. Akaji tried to correct the misunderstanding. Then why would you be sleeping together like that? It definitely looked like the two of you were lovers. Kana pressed for an answer. Akaji sighed. Did you forget what I told you? That Yumi is still suffering from the effects of her trauma? Last night Yumi had an attack, one that was pretty bad. Akaji continued. We do sleep together normally, it's just a habit at this point, but when she has a bad attack, I try and support her. Keeping her close by like that helps her to recover and makes her feel better. Ah. The three girls recalled what Akaji told them about Yumi. You three really are idiots. Akaji rubbed her temples. And Kana, you should know better than anyone that I'm literally incapable of loving someone that way. Akaji was referring to her mental illness. On top of that, due to my bodily changes, I don't even think I can feel sexual attraction anymore. Akaji shrugged. Both Mika and Naomi looked confused by Akaji's statement. The two were unaware that she suffered from a mental illness, though they chose to avoid mentioning part 2 of Akaji's declaration. You can't love someone? Mika asked with sadness in her eyes. That can't be true, you obviously care for Kana so much. Naomi tried to refute her claim. One-chan, you should probably explain what you're talking about, you understand it better than me since. You know. Kana's face had returned to normal and her embarrassment had dissipated. Akaji took a seat and explained to the two girls that she suffers from antisocial personality disorder, APD. The kind she has is purely psychological and doesn't involve chemicals in the brain, so the changes to her body didn't cure her like Hishia. This illness has many side effects, but the most relevant here is that it, combined with her parents' treatment, essentially fried the part of her brain that handles love. Her love for her sister is an exception, not the rule, and while she has quite a close relationship with Yumi, it's anything but romantic. If anything, Akaji described it as something like codependency. Though not anywhere near as dangerous or unhealthy. What about Yumi? How does she feel? Mika asked, as she always liked talking about romance. I mean, she clearly likes being around you. And she follows you around like a puppy. She chuckled. Akaji shook her head. I asked her about this once when we were in FWO. She admitted that she felt an attachment to me, but described it more akin to how she venerated her gods as priestesses than romantic love. Akaji continued. Her attachment to me is a result of the severe trauma she underwent 2 years ago. It was bad enough to warp her mind to the point where I took the place of the gods she once worshipped. Kind of. Akaji trailed off. She views you as a god? That's. Naomi didn't want to finish that sentence. Crazy. Akaji did. Yes, you are not wrong to say that, nor would Yumi disagree. She knows just how messed up her head is, and the two of us decided to roll with it since it seemed to help her recover. Akaji explained that a priestess's powers come from belief. Ordinarily, after a cleric/priestess's belief in their gods was lost, they shouldn't be able to perform any divine magic or miracles. This was flavor text in the game and had no relevance to players, but seemed to apply rigidly to NPCs. The fact that she could still use her magic was likely because her belief in Akaji was a sufficient substitute for the game's purposes. That's really sad. I never knew Yumi had it so bad. Kana said while hanging her head. That's why I keep telling people, FWO was not just a game, it was a very real world with very real consequences for those who live within it, Akaji said, shaking her head. Minazawa found that out the hard way. Spoiler. After a simultaneously embarrassing and serious conversation about Akaji and Yumi's relationship, the group sat down and had Akaji help them with their world history review. Even with all of her intelligence, for some reason, Kana struggled with history while Akaji excelled in it. It was the only place, academically speaking, that Akaji had an edge over her sister. Ugh. Mika put her head on the table. Too many dates, too many names. Mika was already a lazy student, so trying to get her to memorize historical facts was difficult. Currently, they were reviewing European history during the 19th century. The different wars, important leaders and treaties were bouncing off their heads like rubber. I don't get how you find this interesting, One-chan, Kana complained. It's just boring wars and stuffy old people talking about war. Kana really didn't like history. Boring. Akaji exclaimed. The post-Napoleon era was anything but boring, Kana. The entire era was a balancing act between the major powers, each trying to one-up their rivals while holding back just enough so that they wouldn't plunge the continent into another massive war. Akaji continued, though the girls were not really interested in her rant. How can you tell me that the political genius of Lord Salisbury, Otto von Bismarck, or Clemens von Metternich isn't fascinating to read? And you can't tell me that the tragic decline of Lord Castlereagh isn't gripping. The girls had no idea who she was referencing and were looking at her like she had 3 heads. One each on, I will never understand how you can have such fun reading about history. She rubbed her temples. Yeah, my family is historically important, and I couldn't care less, Naomi added with a wry smile. Akaji shook her head. Kids these days. You're not much older than us. The 3 girls retorted. After taking a small break, Akaji continued to help the girls study, and while they weren't enthusiastic about the subject, Akaji tried to make it as interesting as possible. The review session continued until noon. Hishia was supposed to arrive around 1, and Akaji figured the girls should break for lunch. Kana helped Yumi in the kitchen, and together they prepared a light lunch for everyone. While they were eating, Akaji got a message from Hishia which told her she would be at the estate in a few minutes. I'm going to wait outside, Akaji said while wiping her mouth. Hishia should be here soon, and I imagine we have much to talk about. The girls were planning on continuing their study session after lunch. As she got up, Akaji looked at Kana. Could you come with me for a second? I forgot to show you something yesterday because we were so busy, it won't take more than a minute. She motioned for Kana to follow her. The look in her eyes told Kana that this was much more important than she was saying. Kana followed her sister out into the courtyard. She didn't know what she wanted to talk about, but she doubted it was pleasant. One-ichan, what's up? She asked. You worded it so that Mika and Naomi wouldn't get suspicious, so what did you need to tell me that they shouldn't hear? Yumi was busy elsewhere, so she was unable to provide the private telepathic connection Akaji usually used. Akaji looked at her sister. I take it you haven't told Mika the truth yet? She asked Kana. Ah. Kana looked away. No, I haven't. It's been hard to find the perfect time and place to do that. She fidgeted slightly. Telling her friend that her brother was doing such horrible acts in FWO and that Akaji had killed him was a tall order. Yeah, I figured. Akaji sighed. Well, we're going to rip that band-aid off today. Kana's flinched when she heard that. Hishia already agreed to sit down with me and have that conversation with Mika. I figure that if she confirms the story, that might make things easier. Mika loved her brother very much, and his death left a major impact on the usually cheery girl. Are you going to tell her that, you know? Kana stuttered. That's still up to you, Akaji said. You have until Hishia and I are finished talking to decide. Either way, you will be sitting in on this conversation no matter what, she's your friend after all. Akaji had come to like the energetic girl and had begun to view her as a friend, but she couldn't just let Kana sidestep this topic. Doing so could result in irreparable damage to the girl's friendship, and Akaji wanted to avoid that. Okay, Kana answered quietly before turning around and heading back inside. Sometimes she shows maturity well beyond her years, other times she can act her age. Akaji shook her head. Like it or not, this conversation has to happen, it's for the best. Akaji wasn't sure how Hishia was going to arrive at the estate and so decided to wait in front of the main entrance which overlooked the parking lot below. It was quiet in the mountains, and any approaching car would be heard long before it was seen. However, Hishia did not approach by car, or by land at all. Instead, around 10 minutes later Akaji spotted a small figure gliding over the treetops with its small wings. Akaji laughed. I guess that makes sense, way more efficient to just fly. It only took another minute before Hishia's flying form was in front of Akaji. She hovered in the air above her for a few seconds before slowly landing and retracting her wings. Well, isn't that a convenient ability? Akaji chuckled. I don't recall you being able to fly like that in FWO. Flight was quite a unique and rare skill in-game. I couldn't. Hishia retracted the rest of her dragon adorns. It's one of the many things that changed from when we were in the game. She sighed. But in this case, I think I like it. Being able to fly is really fun. I'm just glad to see you up and moving around. Akaji turned towards the main entrance. Shall we? She asked as she started walking. Hishia took a few moments to psych herself up before following close behind her. Wow, you weren't kidding, this place really isn't just a house, it's like its own village in here. Hishia marveled at the sight of the estate's interior. Being from Tokyo, she had only seen the more traditional buildings in photographs online. I have to say, this place really suits you. She chuckled. A yokai assassin living in a mountain compound that's right out of the Edo period. What more could you ask for?
Hishia seemed to be enjoying herself. Well, she doesn't seem to be afraid of me. If anything, she appears more relaxed for some reason? Is it because she isn't trying to keep up the whole hero facade? I have no idea what's going through this girl's head. Akagi groaned internally as she tried to understand just what was going on with Hishia. She thought she had this girl down to a science, but her attitude now was throwing her off completely. Akagi figured she would get her answers soon enough, and so decided to push these thoughts to the side. The two strolled through the garden as Akagi explained the history of the estate. They talked about the different flowers, chatted about what Hishia was doing now that she could move, and at one point, Hishia even tried to catch one of the fish in the pond. However, this wasn't just some friendly conversation, it was a game. One with the highest of stakes. The two girls were feeling each other out and trying to determine just how to approach one another. A slip-up or a mistake could result in disaster, and the air around the two women felt heavy, almost as if a fight could break out at any moment. This type of linguistic warfare was something the two learned from imperial nobles. Whether it was disguising one's disdain for another noble as praise or using seemingly mundane conversations to pass along critical information, imperial nobles were masters of linguistic deception. It was telling that these two friends used such deceitful tactics on each other, but it made sense. Neither could be absolutely sure of the other's intentions, and both assumed the worst about each other. Akagi was skeptical about Hishia's sudden change in character and was concerned that she might actually be an enemy. Meanwhile, Hishia tried to discern if she could trust Akagi. After some time, the two women seemed satisfied with the information they reached gathered and they took a seat on a blanket in the garden. Akagi took out and lit a kizaru for Hishia, which she gratefully accepted. The two women sat together and smoked in complete silence before Akagi said. So, Akagi looked at Hishia. If what you are looking for is essentially a non-aggression pact, I think that would work for me. She let out a puff of smoke. I have no interest in fighting you, and you want to live your life in peace, so it benefits us both. Their little dance had allowed Akagi to figure out Hishia's true intentions. Hishia held the pipe in her mouth. Ever since I found out that my MD was cured, all I've cared about is taking advantage of the second life that I was granted. She gave a small smile. Being the hero, making everyone love me, adore me, need me. All of that just stopped mattering. She let out a puff of her own. It's funny, all those years, the only thing I cared about was getting attention from others. Probably because I knew I wouldn't be around long, so I wanted people to remember me. She took a hit. Makes sense, Akagi looked at her. Being trapped in a hospital room and told you'll be dead before 30 has to have some effects on one's mind. Akagi had dealt with her own mental health issues, so she could relate. Hishia let out a puff of smoke. Do you remember the first time we met? Of course I do. I kicked your ass in that Mecha Warrior tournament. You were so angry. Akagi chuckled. Yeah, and from then on, I've always tried to one-up you wherever I could. Hishia smiled. You always pushed me to be better, even in FWO. Somebody had to light a fire under you, Akagi commented. Can't have my rival resting on her laurels, that would be boring. Rival. Hishia thought about that word. Do you still consider me one? She asked. Akagi took a moment to answer. I'll answer your question, with a question of my own. Akagi's eyes started to glow, and her form began to melt into a black shadow. Are you afraid of me? The black form turned toward Hishia. Is the only thing you feel when you look at me fear? Her voice distorted slightly. Hishia looked at the horrifying black shadow sitting next to her. I am afraid of you. I've been afraid of you for all these years, Akagi. Her face showed she wasn't lying. But when I look at you, I also see someone I want to beat. Maybe it's just me trying to conquer that fear, but I want to beat you. Even if? No. Because I'm afraid of you. She was resolute in her declaration. Because I'm afraid of you, I want to get strong enough to beat you, strong enough that I don't have to be afraid anymore. She let out a nervous laugh. That's good to hear. Akagi took on her usual shape. If you could only fear me, you could never be my rival. Silence returned, and for almost 10 minutes, neither of them spoke. The wind blew through the trees, and the sound of wind chimes could be heard from the garden. That night in Hassan, Hishia spoke up. Why didn't you kill me? Why did you let me live? She had come prepared to end Akagi's life, so she always thought it strange that she was spared. Why indeed? Akagi laughed with the pipe in her mouth. Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe because it was just an absurd ending to our battle, maybe it's because deep down, I didn't really want to kill you,
I honestly can't say. Akaji had always chalked it up to a whim, but now she wasn't so sure. Whatever the reason, I'm glad I didn't. I would have lost a good friend and an even better rival. Plus, this new world I found myself in would be much more boring without you. That it would. The meeting between hero and assassin turned into a meeting between friends. Friends, who rediscovered a rivalry they both thought lost forever. After about an hour of discussion, Hishia and Akaji had come to an understanding. Akaji agreed not to harm her or her family, and in return, Hishia would remain neutral in any conflicts between Akaji and the government or other players. With this deal, the biggest threat to Akaji was removed and she could continue her work unimpeded, and with Hishia out of the way, any attempt by other players to destroy her was all but doomed. The two then shifted to less pressing discussion topics as they reminisced about the past and discussed plans for the future. I can't imagine you just sitting in some office typing away at a computer, Akaji asked Hishia what she wanted to do with her life, to which the dragon girl had no answer. Yeah, I don't want to be stuck in some room day in and day out, I think I've done enough of that. Hishia gave a wry smile. She had little in the way of schooling, and with her new powers, it was difficult to imagine she could reintegrate into society and act like a normal person. It's quite ironic, her powers gave her the ultimate freedom of choice, but also meant that they shackled her with the responsibility of using them. Unlike Akaji, Hishia's conscious and personal morality would never allow her to impose her will on others through force. The thought of using her powers purely for personal gain at the expense of others was a complete anathema to her. Then why don't you use those powers to help people? Akaji asked her. You could travel the world, and I'm sure there would be many organizations that would love to have you. You don't have to act like a superhero, but I think you could do a lot of good for the world. The number of things a person with super strength and flight could do is too high to count. From disaster relief to helping with construction, Hishia would be a valuable asset no matter where she went. Yeah, that's what Karika said too. Hishia smiled. It's been so hectic over these last 2 months that I really haven't sat down and given it thought. But, I won't deny that flying around acting like a superhero doesn't sound nice. Her face changed to a slightly perverted grin. Seeing this, Akaji commented. Oh? And here I thought that vain side of you was gone? Does the idea of being loved by people all over the world tickle your fancy? Akaji poked fun at her. I can imagine it now. Hishia flies to the rescue and afterward is swarmed by her many adoring fans, all telling you just how cool you are. Akaji was struggling to hold back her laughter as a shoe flew past her head. Shut up. As long as I'm helping people, does it matter if I enjoy myself? Hishia's was bright red from embarrassment. Akaji shrugged. No, not really. Just, whatever you end up doing, make sure you're doing it because you want to, don't let others make that decision for you. Akaji was worried that Hishia might get dragged along by the expectation of those around her. You never change, do you? Hishia sighed in exasperation. Even now you still like to pick on me and get under my skin. What did I do to deserve this? She hung her head. If you want, I can get out the list. Akaji stuck her tongue out. You know, for some reason, I actually think you might have one. Hishia was completely defeated. Moving on, Hishia tried to redirect the conversation away from her. We should go speak with that Mika girl. Akaji had asked Hishia for help in explaining the situation. While she wouldn't disclose that she had been the one to order the hit, she was more than happy to corroborate the claims about Mika's brother. Well, those three should be wrapping up their review in a little bit, and we've discussed all we need to, so now's as good a time as ever. Akaji stood up and offered Hishia her hand. Even all these years later, Silver Wolf is still causing me headaches. She took Akaji's hand and stood up. Even with me here, I don't think this conversation is going to be pleasant, especially if you tell her that you were the one that struck him down. Hishia predicted that Mika would come to hate Akaji for what she did, even if the girl understood that her brother deserved his fate. If I cared about what others thought of me, I would never have gone down this path in life. Akaji started walking toward the house. If she hates me, so be it. Hishia followed her into the house. The girls were sitting around the kitchen table in the middle of their study session, and it looked like Yumi was trying, and failing, to help them. A for effort, Yumi, but I would guess what these girls are reviewing is more advanced than what even the nobles in your world would see in school. Even as a priestess, Yumi's education was basic, to put it nicely. FWO was a world with nobles and peasants after all. Hey girls, Akaji's voice broke them out of their concentration. How's the studying going? Great. Kana. Miserable, Mika and Naomi. Hearing these very different reactions, Akaji let out a laugh. Kana, can you guys take a break here? We need to have a discussion. Kana knew what her sister meant, causing her face to darken slightly. Mika, this involves you too. Akagi looked at the blue-haired girl. As for Naomi, this is something personal, so I'll leave that to your discretion, Mika.
Personal?
Mika was confused. Can you tell me what it's about first? Akagi paused for a moment as she figured out the best way to answer her. Your brother. Hearing Akagi says she wanted to talk about her brother, Mika's expression turned serious. Then it's fine, Naomi can hear about it, I don't mind. Akagi could tell that the girl's stress levels had already increased. Then the three of you come with me to the living room, Hishia is waiting there. Akagi turned around. Yumi, you already know what's going on, so you can sit this out if you want. Yumi was informed about Akagi's assassination of the Black Gauntlet and the identity of its leader and chose to sit out this conversation. I have some other work to do, so I'll get started on that.
She gave a smile.
The girls followed Akagi into the living room and saw Hishia sitting on one of the sofas. After greeting her and having a quick discussion, the five of them took their seats as Kana opted to explain what was going on.
So Mika, Kana opened.
I'm going to need you to remain calm and listen to us as we explain this. If you have comments, please hold them until the end. Okay. The blue-haired girl was confused but agreed. Kana took a moment to compose herself before she relayed what Akagi had told her about her brother. That he and his guild, the Black Gauntlet, were responsible for the deaths of dozens of players and countless NPCs, and that they took pleasure in the act of killing others doing it just for the rush. Kana explained that they were wiped out in retaliation for their actions and that her brother was the one in charge of the guild. To her credit, Mika didn't interrupt Kana while she was explaining. However, the look on her face conveyed that she was anything but calm. And that's everything. Kana finished her explanation. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, it's just that I wanted to find the right moment. How long have you known? Mika asked, her voice laced with anger. Wani-chan told me the day she was discharged from the hospital.
Kana apologized.
Please believe me that I wasn't trying to hide this, I just didn't know how to tell you. Mika's eyes moved to Akagi's. So then that means you lied to me when I asked if you knew anything. She was angry with her. Why the hell would you do that? Akagi shrugged.
Yeah, I did.
And drop the attitude, Mika, and think about why I didn't just tell a girl I met 5 minutes prior about how her brother was a murderer. Akagi didn't really appreciate her tone of voice, friend or not. Akagi didn't take well to disrespect. Even if I told you right then and there, would you have believed me?
I doubt it. You still should have told me. She spat back.
Even if I didn't, at least you wouldn't have lied to me.
She looked at Kana. And you? She took a breath.
I understand the tough position you were in, so I'm not mad at you, but I really wish you had told me sooner. She put her head in her hands. Kai's birthday was just the other week, I would have liked to know about this before then. Then does that mean you believe me? About your brother? Kana asked carefully. I don't think you're lying at the very least.
She looked up at Hishia.
You're here to confirm what she told me, right? Hishia responded with a nod. What Kana told you is 100% true. I had run-ins with your brother during the year we shared in FWO. Hishia continued. He preyed on the weaker players and ones who weren't part of or connected with the assault team. Hishia's eyes turned serious. She had known some of the people her brother had killed and she honestly hated him from the bottom of her heart. Then why didn't you stop him?
Mika exclaimed.
Couldn't you have just put him in jail or something? Was killing him really necessary? It was a reasonable question from the perspective of someone who wasn't trapped in the game. What jail would we put him in? How would we restrain him?
Hishia asked back.
The game was not designed with the long-term imprisonment of players in mind, and we couldn't risk him killing anyone we put as his guards. FWO was intentionally devoid of such mechanics as the devs wanted to allow more Rouge play styles. As such, the only permanent restraints in the game were limited to use by system admins, which were not available. At best they could have restrained him for a few days, but even that was dicey and that would have also required members of the assault team, strong enough to fight him should he break free, to act as guards. That was not something they could afford with the limited roster they had. On top of that, Hishia continued. As we've seen with Akagi, there were no real-life consequences for taking people's lives in the game, even if done intentionally. She gestured towards FWO's most decorated Pika. So, even if we did jail him for the duration of the game, then what? Her brother wouldn't have been punished and would have been allowed to roam free after everything he did. Would that have been fair to the people he killed?
So what? Mika exclaimed.
You all just decided that he needed to die? Who were you to make that call? What right did you have to make that decision? What right did your brother have to kill all those people, Mika? Akagi interrupted. He didn't care about the lives of others, so why should others care about his? Of course you would say that. Mika's eyes began to water. You're just a murderer who takes people's lives for money. So where do you get off talking about caring for the lives of others when you are no better than he was, you monster? Mika's denunciation of Akagi came as a shock to everyone. You're right, Akagi replied, her words tinged with anger. I do take people's lives for money.
But Mika, she continued.
If doing that makes me such a bad person. Her scara turned black. Then what does that make your brother? Unlike me, that man killed for pleasure, and he enjoyed the power he held over others' lives. The air in the room began to grow cold as she stood up. If I'm a monster, as you put it, doesn't that make your brother something even worse? Akagi looked at Mika with complete disgust. I limit my killings to those who I'm paid to or those who try to harm me. But your brother had no such restrictions, Mika. He would kill someone for no other reason than he could and because he thought it was fun. Akagi's anger began to boil over, which caused her to, partially, lose concentration on her illusory body. Don't you dare compare me to him. Akagi's voice distorted as she struggled to keep her emotions in check. Hearing Akagi's distorted voice caused Mika to flinch, and the sudden realization of what she said crashed over her like a wave. Calling Akagi a monster was one thing, even she didn't deny that she was one, but comparing her to a man who killed for pleasure was going too far, and Mika knew this. Kana watched as their discussion turned into an argument between her sister and her friend. When she heard Mika compare her brother to Akagi, she could only watch in horror as the dark shadow behind her sister began to writhe in anger. Kana wanted to intervene, but hearing Akagi's angry distorted voice caused her to hesitate in fear. Hishir expected that Mika wouldn't take this news well, but she never imagined the girl would insult Akagi in the worst way possible. Akagi would never deny being a murderer, but she drew the line at comparisons to psychopaths who killed for fun. Anyone who said such things to her face would swiftly find themselves on the brink of death. An outsider might say that murder was murder no matter one's reason for doing so. But if you were to ask Hishia which she would prefer, people like Akagi or people like Silverwolf, she wouldn't even hesitate in her answer. She might not agree with what Akagi does, but compared to Silverwolf, Akagi might as well be a saint. Naomi was unfazed by the revelation of what Mika's brother had done in FWO. After all, the girl had not only seen the death of her family but requested Akagi enact revenge on her behalf, so she was beyond desensitized to such things. However, once Akagi chimed in, she got a sinking feeling in her gut as if she knew what was about to happen. She had already been on the receiving end of Akagi's displeasure once before, but that hadn't prepared her for this. Akagi's anger at Mika's statement reached a critical point, and her form slowly began to dissolve in front of the girl's eyes. Her hair had gone from its normal dark green to a black liquid-like substance, and her hands began to flicker between human and shadow. Thankfully, Akagi hadn't lost herself completely, and as she looked down at her, now distorted, hands she let out a laugh. Although to the girls, it sounded like the laugh of a demon. At hashtag dollar at hashtag dot hashtag, at hashtag dollar at dollar and dollar percent hashtag dollar hashtag, at hashtag dollar at. The words that came out of Akagi's mouth were unintelligible to the rest of the room, but they sounded unnatural. Dollar at dollar percent hashtag dollar hashtag at dollar hashtag dollar percent. Akagi took a deep breath and sat back on the sofa behind her as she returned to normal. She took a moment to compose herself before apologizing. Kana had to hold herself back from freaking out. She'd heard that sound once before when they were kids and she'd never imagined she'd hear it again. Sorry about that, I let myself get carried away.
She looked at Mika.
I'll let you off the hook for that statement this time, I'll just chalk it up to your emotions running high. Akagi continued. Just understand that I do not appreciate being compared in such a way. All four of the girls could only nod rapidly in response. Scary.
All of them.
Mika stammered. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said any of that. You're not like my brother, nor are you a monster, Akagi. Mika understood that she had gone too far and cursed herself for getting carried away by her emotions. I'm truly sorry for saying such awful things. She gave a bow to both Akagi and Kana. She was so angry with me. Is that what Hishia is so afraid of? Mika's carefree attitude was temporarily broken as she understood the gravity of her error. Her face was even covered in a light amount of sweat from the brief moment that Akaji's aura bared down on her. She might have held back, but Akaji's displeasure and anger was easy for all to see, and it still scared her.
Okay, Hishya spoke up.
So, do you want to explain why the hell you just spoke in demon? Hishya's face showed her bewilderment. And don't try to tell me it was one of the scripted lines from the game. There was only one single enemy that spoke in demon, and it most certainly didn't say whatever you just did. Unique languages did exist in the FWO lore, but actual in-game examples were limited to a few lines of dialogue or text.
Ah.
Akaji scratched her cheek. Can we just pretend I never did that? Akaji tried to worm her way out of answering, but Hishya and Kana's stares told her that wasn't happening. I didn't think so. Does it have to do with you absorbing that Shadow Lord? Kana figured that was the most likely answer. Akaji flinched, which only confirmed Kana's suspicions. Yes, it does. Akaji thought for a moment. So basically, when I absorbed the Shadow Lord and merged with it, a few things may have flowed back in the opposite direction. She began twiddling her thumbs. And that means? Hishya was equally curious and concerned by her statement. I got a part of its memories. Akaji spat out her answer. And part of those memories was the knowledge of the demon language. She let out a defeated laugh. You got its memories.
Kana x Hishya.
Part of its memories. Akaji corrected. That doesn't matter.
Kana x Hishya.
Oh great, now I have to deal with both of them acting like this. Hearing both of them in stereo was annoying. What does that even mean? How could you have its memories? It was just a game event, boss. They don't have memories. Hishya was still confused. Yeah, and the NPCs were mindless drones. Look how well that assumption went, Hishya. Akaji retorted with some snark. If the NPCs were more than just simple programs, couldn't that go for the monsters or other things? Akaji. Okay, fair point. Lots of things about FWO don't make sense if we stick to the mindset that it was just a game. Hishya conceded the point. But that still doesn't answer the original question. What memories did you get? Hishya and Kana weren't going to let this go. And also, why the hell didn't you tell me about this before today?
Well, I mean.
Akaji didn't have a good answer. Anyway, moving on. She decided to dodge that last question. As for the contents of the memories in question, they were mostly garbled with a few things that remained intact. Akaji explained that on top of its knowledge of the language, she also obtained information on its demonic powers. Is that all?
Kana pressed.
Well, there were a few other memories, mostly about how it hated all mortals and wanted to burn the world to the ground. Nothing important. Akaji nodded her head. That sounds important.
Kana x Hishya.
Jesus Christ, are there two Kanas now? Akaji didn't like this new dynamic. And why would that be important? They were just the Shadow Lord's instinct dash. As she said this, she realized why this was an important point.
Oh.
Hey look, she can use that head for more than just gaming.
Hishya shook her head.
Yeah, sometimes she can be so smart, and other times I question just how many brain cells she has. Kana pinched the bridge of her nose.
Ha ha, very funny you two.
Keep it up, and I'll toss you into my shadow for a while. The last person I did that to had such a fun time. Akaji looked at the two of them with a sadistic grin. She would, wouldn't she?
All four girls.
Let's not and say we did.
Hishya had a bit of sweat on her forehead.
Regardless, do you understand just why we were so concerned about you taking those kinds of memories? Hishya continued. If you merged with those instincts, it would explain some of your anger issues and your more aggressive tendencies. Hishya was trying to be as courteous as possible regarding this issue. Yeah, I've noticed that One-Ichan's sadism has gotten worse than it was before FWO. Kana knew her sister enjoyed messing with people, but she was on a whole new level now. I guess merging with a literal demon and taking on some of its instincts would explain that. Hearing them talk, Akaji could only let out a whistle as she tried to ignore them. Don't try and ignore us.
Kana x Hishya.
I'm not trying to ignore you, Akaji stated. I get why you're concerned, but it's fait accompli at this point. Akaji wasn't concerned. If anything, the idea that she had become more demonic because of the merging was cool to her. One-Ichan, your thoughts are written on your face.
Kana sighed.
You have to be the only person who's happy to have become more like a demon. Sometimes, Akaji really took it out of her sister. Honestly, this explains so much.
Hishya shook her head.
So what did you just say in demon? And also why did you speak in demon? Hishia was curious. Well, the why is just because it felt right. Akagi just kind of slipped into it, so she couldn't really give an answer. As for the what, I declined to answer. Whatever it wasn't something she wanted to share with the class. I doubt it was anything bad, Naomi interjected. Whatever you said seemed directed at yourself rather than one of us. Naomi was a language student and was quite good at reading lips and body language. Akagi just shrugged. Hashtag at dollar hashtag at a dollar hashtag hashtag, the unnatural language filled the air. Please don't do that, Hishia complained. Whenever you speak in demon, it's like nails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard is my brain. Yeah, I second that opinion. Kana agreed. Not the worst sound but pretty bad. Naomi chuckled. I don't know, it's not really that bad. Mika was the only one who seemed unfazed. Her head is empty, so that makes sense. Naomi x Kana. Kana, you're just as bad as your sister at keeping your thoughts off your face, Mika called her out. And I'll have you know, my head is only mostly empty. She laughed, which caused everyone else to join in. Her self-depreciation had cleared the air in the room and lightened up the mood. Well, it's good to know just how bad the demon tongue sounds for you, Akagi smiled. One more arrow for my quiver. This bit of information was definitely not going to be used against them in the future. Once the girls had had enough fun at Akagi's expense, she asked Mika if she wanted to return home. I think that would be for the best, she said with a wry smile. There's been so much happening over the last few days, and right now I just want to give my parents a big hug. The mental exhaustion from this weekend's events was visible on her face. It was clear that she had reached her limit. I figured, Akagi stood up. If you need help explaining things to your parents, just ask me or Kana. She figured they might deny their son was capable of such horrific acts. I don't think that will be necessary. Mika sighed. I'm not going to tell them, it's better that they never find out just what Kai was doing, I doubt their hearts could handle it. She couldn't bear to tell her parents the truth, and she figured it would be better if they continued to believe him as the kind son they always knew. That's your decision. Akagi shrugged. Whether she kept them in the dark or told them the truth was none of Akagi's concern. I think that should be my cue to return home too, Naomi interjected. It's been a crazy weekend, and I have some things to attend to before school tomorrow. She gave a sidelong glance at Akagi. Then I will have Yumi drop the two of you off at your respective homes. Akagi snapped her fingers, and the priestess appeared next to her. Yes, my lord. Yumi instantly responded to Akagi's summons. Take Naomi and Mika to their homes for me, please. Akagi requested her assistance. And give this to Naomi when you drop her off. She whispered as she slipped Yumi the letter given to her by Ruji. Of course, Yumi nodded. Please come with me and gather your things, I will transfer you when you're ready. The two girls followed Yumi into the other room to gather their school bags. I guess I should head out too. Hishia was going to return straight to Tokyo after finishing up here. Akagi stopped her. No, I would rather you stay for a little while longer, we have some FWO business to attend to, and I would prefer you be here for this. Akagi was going to finally look at the special extra reward she was granted by Mizumi and wanted Hishia around for backup. Hishia tilted her head. Okay, but I don't like the sound of that. Yeah, but it's something that needs to be done, and if push comes to shove I'd prefer the both of us be here in case things go south. Akagi's tone turned serious. She had no idea what the reward was, so having Hishia as backup made sense. After about 10 minutes, Naomi and Mika returned with their school bags. You two have everything? Akagi asked. Yup. Mika x Naomi. Alrighty then, I'll see you two later, and good luck on those exams. Akagi gave a cheeky grin. She was quite happy to never have to study again and was more than happy to rub it in their faces. The two high schoolers let out a sigh and rolled their eyes, before walking off with Yumi. Kana decided to accompany them so that she could see them off. With Yumi's teleportation, it was only a few minutes before both girls were returned safely to their homes. Once Yumi and Kana returned, she grabbed them and along with Hishia went into the middle of the garden in a large flat area. She contacted all of her followers currently in the estate and told them to gather around. She wasn't going to take any chances with whatever she was given by the game. Geez, there are a lot of people here. Hishia counted over 30 of Akagi's subordinates forming around them. Are you preparing to go to war or something? Hishia asked half sarcastically. I have no idea what the game gave me, and I'm not taking any chances. Akagi reached into her inventory. If it's an enemy, I'll bring down every last bit of force I have down on it all at once. After fiddling around for a minute, she found the item that she was given in her inventory and pulled it out. It was a small blue and black cube approximately 2 feet in diameter. The outside was marked with magical runes and it shone as magic flowed within the patterns. Okay, now what the hell is this thing? Just as Akagi said this, the cube began to glow bright blue. In response, she flung it into the garden and prepared her weapon. After around a minute of glowing, a large yellow vortex opened, and a young girl was flung out.
Ow! Ow!
Ow! The mystery girl cried in pain as she landed face first in the rocks. Why would you throw the anchor? Do you know how delicate it is? She dusted herself off and looked toward Akagi. And did you have to wait so long? Her words slowed as she noticed the blade at her throat. Akagi wasn't taking any chances with an unknown person suddenly appearing in her home and quickly placed the girl in a compromising position. Simultaneously, all of her subordinates trained their weapons and/or magic on this girl. If she tried anything, her life would be ended in a flash. Now then, you're going to start answering my questions. Akagi's eyes glowed, and her face turned serious. And if I don't like what I hear, or you try anything, you die. Her voice briefly distorted. Do you understand? The girl was terrified by this display of power and began to shake, but she still managed to answer. Why, yes. The young girl in front of Akagi had short blue hair like Mika's but lighter, almost the same color as Kana's eyes. It seemed to sparkle with magical energy, and her eyes were the same color. She was short, perhaps the same height as a 10-year-old, and wore a blue dress with a red bow, the same kind one would see the young daughters of nobles wear in FWO. She appeared to be harmless, but Akagi wasn't letting her guard down. First thing, name. Akagi held her blade at the girl's throat. My name is Mizumi, she responded meekly. Hearing this name, Akagi's grip on her blade grew tighter and she pressed it closer to her neck. Are you the same Mizumi that sent me that message in FWO? The one about me being a limit breaker? If so, then that meant that this girl may have been responsible for the FWO incident. Why, yes, I am. I sent you that message just before logout. The girl seemed on the verge of tears as she answered. Were you the one responsible for trapping everyone in FWO? Akagi's voice grew dark. The girl hesitated, only to have Akagi press the blade up against her skin. Talk or die. Those are your options. Akagi gave the girl an ultimatum. Akagi's voice terrified the girl, and she began to cry, but no one intervened, not even Kana. Wah. Yes. Yes. I did Wara. The girl squeaked out a response as she cried. Her admission caused Hishia to tighten her fists and her knuckles to turn white, and Kana cupped her hands over her mouth in shock. Why? Akagi asked the crying girl. Why would you do that? Do you know how many people died because of you? She might have been grateful for receiving these powers, but that didn't mean she approved of trapping innocent people in a death game. Because if I didn't. The girl continued to cry. We all would have died. The girl loudly exclaimed. Akagi hadn't expected such a response, and was momentarily taken aback. Explain the situation. What do you mean you would have all died? Akagi pressed for answers. What did that have to do with trapping people in the game and killing them? Akagi showed no signs of stopping her questions. She didn't know if this girl was truly afraid or if she was faking, and honestly she didn't care. All she wanted was answers, and she was going to press this girl until she gave them. The girl continued to cry for almost a solid minute before she calmed down enough to speak. Kana had tried to move forward to comfort the girl, but she was stopped by Hishia, whose palms were covered in blood. In her anger, she'd partially transformed and squeezed her hands so hard that she ended up digging her very sharp dragon nails into them, causing blood to spill out from her palms. Stay back, Kana, Hishia said in her much more authoritative draconic voice. If anything were to happen to you, I don't even want to imagine what Akagi would do. So don't get any closer. She walked forward and stood next to Akagi. She released most of her draconic power and was sporting horns, a tail, wings, claws, and her face and arms were covered in scales. She reached into her own personal inventory and drew her signature sword, the legendary flame blade, Sunstrike. Kana could do nothing but sit back behind Chloe and Yumi's protection. She was sure this little girl was going to die. With the overwhelming presence of Hishia and Akagi bearing down on her, the girl had no choice but to speak. Hishia wasn't going to save her. If anything, she probably wanted to kill her more than Akagi. I want answers too. Hishia stared the girl down. You better have a good reason for trapping people in the game for 4 years and killing almost 2,000 of us. She pointed Sun Strike at the girl. If you were the one responsible for everything, then you should know just how bad your situation is if Akaji and I are pointing our blades at you. Hishia gave the girl a glare that could kill.
We had to flee our home, the girl said in a weak voice. The war between
mortals and spirits. If we would have stayed, we would have all been destroyed. The girl had stopped crying but was still unable to speak properly. And what did this war have to do with us? Akaji spat out her question. We needed a connection to another world. The girl stammered. We placed all the remaining spirits in a pocket dimension and searched for a way to leave our world. The girl explained.
Spirits?
Is that what you are?
Not a god? Hishia asked. No, she exclaimed.
We are not gods. Many think of us as such, but we aren't. She looked at Akaji. If anything, we are more like creatures of magical energy, but unlike you, we have physical bodies. Okay, so you wanted to flee your war-torn world. Akaji looked at her. And while that's all well and good, you still didn't answer the question. She let her scara turn black. Why did you kill so many innocent people?
The girl flinched.
Because we needed a proper connection to this world, she explained. Normally, moving between worlds is impossible, so I needed an anchor point. I manipulated the creation of that game so that it would mimic the pocket dimension as closely as possible. Once that was done, I needed to have people on your end synchronize their souls with the pocket dimension to stabilize the connection. She continued. A side effect of this was that anyone who died within the game would be killed because their soul was linked to their game avatar. How could you even have the power to do all that? If you could manipulate events in this world as much as you did, could you not just cross over without endangering people?
Akaji asked.
I don't really understand the magic used to do all this. The other elders gave their lives to make this work and I was only given information on what to do and the basics. Anything more advanced, such as intricate details about how it all functioned on a technical level, is beyond me. Mizumi became sad as she recalled the loss of her friends.
She looked at Hishia.
Please believe me, it wasn't my goal to kill anyone, but we had no choice. If we didn't escape, my entire people would have been exterminated. So we decided to take the risk. We knew people could die, but... Her voice grew weak, and she didn't finish her statement. You decided that your own lives were more important than ours.
Hishia finished her sentence for her.
I suppose that makes sense. You killed a bunch of strangers so the people you knew about would survive. It makes sense logically, but I don't think that's any solace to the people that died. Hishia understood that they had no choice, but that didn't mean she liked it. During the FWO incident, she lost a lot of friends, and always wanted a chance to make the person who did this suffer. She may have been grateful that she'd been cured of her disease, but that didn't mean she wasn't angry about all those lives lost. Mizumi couldn't refute her. After all, Hishia was right, that was exactly what they thought. Even with the synchronization complete, we still needed a proper point of entry into your world. She looked at Akaji. I thought all was lost, but then, I noticed that you had the potential to break the barrier between worlds, even for a brief moment. Akaji figured this was the whole limit breaker thing. What was so special about me? Why was I the only one able to absorb the Shadow Lord and become a limit breaker? Akaji really wanted to know the answer to this question. Mizumi took a second to gather her thoughts. With the pocket dimension synchronized to the game, I saw that if I merged your soul with the demon, I could create a stable connection point for us to cross into your world. She looked at Akaji, who was shocked by her revelation. I don't know why, but for some reason, you were very compatible with that demon.
Spoiler. Compatible? Akaji asked.
What does that even mean? And why would I even be compatible with a demon? Akaji's mind raced as she tried to understand what the girl just said. Like I said, I don't really know myself. Mizumi continued. Something about your soul was similar enough to that demon that it allowed me to merge them and create a crossover point between our worlds. The girl was still terrified of Akaji but seemed to regain some of her composure. As far as I know, demons or even magic don't exist in your world, so I have no idea why you would share any similarities. Your soul was damaged, so perhaps that had something to do with it. She seemed to be telling the truth, but that last part caught everyone's attention. What do you mean my soul was damaged?
Akaji exclaimed.
Did you do that? Akaji was about at the end of her rope with this girl.
No.
Souls are sacred things, spirits would never damage them, she cried out. Even merging yours as I did is considered taboo, but I did it because we had no choice. A dark shadow fell over her face. I don't know why it was damaged. The only way that should be possible is if it was subjected to some extreme form of trauma.
Trauma?
Could it be possible that Akagi had an idea about what may have caused it, but pushed it aside for now? So you merged me with that demon so that you could connect our two worlds and allow you and all your spirit friends to jump to safety. Do I have that right? Akagi didn't understand any of the mechanics behind what she was saying, but she could tell this girl wasn't lying.
Yes, that's correct. She nodded.
It was a long shot, and I didn't have room to be picky in my methods, but that is exactly what happened. She continued. But rest assured that you were not harmed by the merger. That demon's personality was long gone by the time you fused with it. If anything, you may have received a few scattered memories, and that's it. Mizumi tried to reassure Akagi that she was still herself and that she needn't worry about the demon she fused with. So then why did some players retain their abilities after logout? Hishia asked another crucial question. Unless you mean to tell me you merged 100 players with the souls of other creatures? Hishia was still quite angry with this little girl.
No, she shook her head.
Akagi was the only person whose soul was merged. She was the only person I could do that to. Hishia didn't exactly like the idea of her soul being merged with some dragon, so hearing this was a slight relief. As for why you kept those powers, it was most likely a side effect of the dimensions briefly intertwining and merging. It just so happened to affect 100 of you, so I made an announcement to make it seem planned. She gave a wry laugh. Even the person who caused this whole mess didn't understand everything that happened, and the transfer of powers was something out of her hands. Can you take away our powers?
Akagi barked.
No, I can't do something like that. She denied having that ability. I don't even fully understand how those powers transferred to begin with. Taking them away would be far beyond what I or any spirit is capable of. Mizumi shook her head. Good, just know if I find out you're lying,
you're dead.
Akagi's voice distorted again. I have no intention of going back to the way I was. Yes, ma'am. The girl squeaked in fear. So, we got our answers. Akagi looked at Hishia, who she could tell was holding back a lot of anger. Now the question is, what do we do with her? Honestly, I have half a mind to run my blade through her heart. Hishia's line was uncharacteristically dark. After everything she's done, taking her life would be fair.
No? She tilted her head. No.
Please don't kill me. The girl frantically begged for her life. If I die, the pocket dimension with everyone in it will collapse, and over 30,000 other spirits will perish. Their threat sent her into a panic as she pleaded for mercy. Not making a great case here, kid, Akagi said. If we kill you, we get revenge for all those people that died, and we guarantee that you don't cause trouble. I don't really give a damn about those spirits, so if they die well, that's not my problem now, is it? Akagi gave a sadistic laugh as she mocked Mizumi.
Please, she begged.
I'll do anything, just let me and my people live in peace. I promise you we will never bother you again. What's your offer, little spirit?
Akagi chuckled.
The way I see it, we hold you and your friend's life in our hands, and you've got nothing to trade. If it wasn't already known that Akagi was a demon, this would have been a good indication. I'll serve you. Mizumi offered herself as the trade. I'm a high-ranked water spirit. If you promise to spare my life and the lives of my fellow spirits, then I will serve you. It was clear that she didn't really want to do this, but she felt she had no choice. And what does your service get me?
Akagi scoffed.
I already have considerable combat power, and you're clearly weaker than me, so tell me what you can do for me, and I might consider it. She gave the girl a chance to sway her. I can fight, and I'm probably more powerful than most servants you already have. As for other things. The girl thought for a moment. I can guarantee that my magical knowledge is far beyond what you have, so I can help you to further strengthen your abilities. The same goes for your magically inclined servants. On top of that, I can offer you the resources of the pocket dimension. She continued. It's basically an entire world in there, so if you want natural resources, I can get them.
Mizumi.
Ha, I honestly thought you were going to offer to form some kind of spirit contract with me. Akagi's stare caused the girl to flinch. I could, but being made part of your soul is an unpleasant prospect. Merging with Akagi in such a fashion was something that she really didn't want to do, since she might be irreparably changed by Akagi's demonic soul. Yeah, and I don't trust that whole contract thing, so no thank you. Akagi withdrew her blade, causing Hishia to do the same. So here's how this is going to work. Akaji walked up to the anchor, as the girl called it. If this is destroyed, all of your spirit friends die, right?
Mizumi nodded.
Yes, the pocket dimension would collapse. Good. Akaji's shadow erupted from behind her and engulfed the anchor, causing Mizumi to panic. Relax, your little box is perfectly fine. I simply placed it within my shadow body at the bottom of a deep dark void. Akaji gave an evil laugh. As long as you play ball and I don't die, your friends will be fine. She walked back over to Mizumi. And if you think you can just retrieve the cube by taking away my powers, I'll let you know that in such a scenario, everything in my shadow will be obliterated. Akaji's threat was no bluff. While she couldn't test the effects of losing her powers, her knowledge from merging with the Shadow Lord told her that the cube wouldn't survive such an event.
I understand, Mizumi nodded.
As long as you uphold your end of the deal, I'll uphold mine. It's not like I have a choice. Her people would have been exterminated by the other races in her homeworld. Living under Akaji's thumb was a small price to pay for their lives. You okay with this, Hishia? Akaji asked the dragon girl. I can tell you want to rip her to shreds. Hishia's emotions were running rampant, and she struggled to control her draconic blood.
It's fine, she calmly replied.
I'll need some time to cool off, but I can live with this. While I can't forgive this girl for killing all those people, I can't exactly say killing 30,000 in return is appropriate. She took a deep breath and retracted her draconic features. Just know this. She looked at Mizumi. You took a lot of innocent lives to save your people, so I expect you to spend however long it takes to atone for those deaths.
And
if you ever try anything, know that not only Akaji but I will be gunning for you. Well, you heard her.
Akaji laughed.
Hishia doesn't normally get like this, but when she does, you better watch out.
Akaji turned around.
Alright everyone, show's over. Thanks for the backup. Akaji dismissed her followers and asked them to return to their duties. Yumi, Chloe, stick around for a bit, I've got some work for each of you. The two were still quite wary of Mizumi and kept their eyes trained on her. She called out to the girl. You're going to be working directly under Yumi. We don't have a dedicated maid in our ranks, so you'll be taking that role when you're not on assignments. Akaji gave a grin. She was going to enjoy messing with this girl. The shortening of her name made her unhappy, but that wasn't the most important thing Akaji said.
And a maid?
You're going to make me work as a maid? A high-ranking water spirit. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Such a position would be an insult to someone of her stature.
Yep.
Akaji gave a happy nod. I could never get a hold of an acceptable one in FWO, but I think you'll work out perfectly. Akaji had a terrible look in her eyes, one that Kana had seen one too many times. Oh boy, I don't know what One-Ichan has in store for this girl, but I can't imagine it's gonna be fun. Kana said a prayer in her head. Is it bad that I kinda want to see this? Is One-Ichan rubbing off on me? I hope not. Kana might not share her sister's sadistic tendencies, but even she agreed that this girl deserved punishment for her actions. Enhance Akaji, Yumi, and Chloe took the newly conscripted Mizumi into the servant housing to get acquainted with her new role as Akaji's personal maid. Hishia decided not to follow them as she was in no mood to be around the girl any longer than she had to. Fundamentally, she hated Mizumi, and even though her actions cured Hishia of her disease, she still couldn't forgive her for killing so many innocent people, some of which she had become good friends with. Seeing Hishia's frustration, Kana took the opportunity to speak to her, in private. She was curious about her sister's rival and was interested in knowing just what kind of person she was. Hishia was similarly interested in Akaji's little sister, so the two returned to the living room, and Kana made some fresh tea. It's a little late for introductions. My name is Nina Hashinomi, but you can call me Hishia. She hesitated slightly. Being called Nina didn't bother her, but she preferred Hishia.
Are you sure? Kana asked.
One-Ichan is one thing, but are you sure it's fine to call you by your avatar's name? Kana saw a sense of disconnect in Hishia's eyes. Yeah, it's a tricky subject, Hishia smiled while scratching her cheek. Maybe it's because I spent so long in FWO, or maybe it's because I want a fresh start, but being called Hishia just feels
right, I guess?
Kana let out a giggle. One-Ichan said the same thing. She said that being called Rishia felt wrong to her. The two women were quite similar in that regard.
Ah he 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 he.
Hishia let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, I've only ever known her as Akaji, so calling her something else would be weird for me, especially now. She looked down at her tea in exasperation. You and One-Ichan knew each other for a while, huh? Kana took a sip of her tea. She mentioned you every once in a while, and she told me you were her rival. She chuckled. I never imagined One-chan would ever call someone that. Yeah, that sister of yours sure is something else.
Hishia shook her head.
In all the years I've known her, I can count on one hand the number of times I've beaten her. The two had competed in every game imaginable, and Akaji rarely lost to anyone, even her.
Well, Kana gave a sidelong glance.
She really didn't have anything but gaming, it was all she did besides go to school. Akaji was only 1 or 2 steps above a hikikomori at times.
Kana.
Hishia looked her in the eye.
This
is really awkward to say, but I'm sorry I almost killed your sister.
Hishia bowed in apology, which shocked Kana.
I got so caught up in my status as the hero that I no longer saw Akaji as my friend. At that point, I was more interested in beating her to satisfy my own ego. After all, everyone loves the hero who defeats the big bad evil guy. Hishia looked at her with sadness in her eyes. It's fine, I've never been angry with you, Kana reassured her. Things were quite crazy in FWO, and honestly, One-chan was basically the villain of the story. She gave a wry smile. I mostly just try to put it out of my mind, but tell me. Was she really that bad in game? I've heard stories, but... Kana may have accepted her sister's nature, but that didn't mean she was entirely comfortable with it. Honestly, no, not really. Hishia thought about it for a moment. She is responsible for 104, now 105 player deaths, but she could have easily killed much more. Monsters had killed far more players than Akaji, so in terms of kill count, she was quite low. It was more the fear factor than anything else.
She put her cup down.
We all expected monsters to be after us, that was the point of the game, but the idea that another person was willingly killing other people knowing full well that they would die. That was just too much for people. There were a few pikers in FWO, but all but Akaji were dealt with quite quickly, and most never killed more than 1 or 2 people. But Akaji's skill and game knowledge made her a force to be reckoned with.
4 times.
4 times members of the assault team went out to defeat her. And 4 times, she wiped them out.
Hishia shook her head.
By the eve of Hassan, she had already killed over 80 players, some of our best and brightest were sent to their deaths by her blade. She looked at Kana. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming Akaji, she had every right to defend herself, it's just that.
She stopped for a moment.
If I hadn't been so blinded by my own ego, those people wouldn't have died.
But I mean, Kana interjected.
You were just trying to stop someone who was killing other players. Even if it was One-chan, I don't think it was wrong to fight her. Kana's response was quite shocking to Hishia.
You.
I'm surprised you can say that, I know how much Akaji means to you. Hishia was momentarily stunned. Just because she's my older sister, doesn't mean I have to wear rose-tinted glasses. As I said before, I accept what she is, I do not endorse it. Kana gave a determined look. If One-chan's own actions got her killed, I would be sad, but I couldn't fault the person who struck her down. Kana poured a new cup of tea.
One-chan is
a person who walks a dangerous path, and she teeters on a fine line. I can't change who she is, so my only choice is to make sure she never truly goes off the deep end. Hishia understood exactly what she was talking about. Akaji's mind craved death and murder but for whatever reason, had limited itself to a narrow scope in which to practice those things. For now, she was content with assassination to satisfy her inner cravings, but there was no guarantee that she wouldn't seek more in the future.
This girl.
How can she be younger than me but so much more mature? Hishia couldn't believe that Kana was able to so quickly assess her sister's condition and make such objective statements. Now I see why Akaji always bragged about her. Not only is she smart, she can use that intelligence effectively. And here it took me nearly 2.5 years to understand just what Akaji was. She cursed herself for her failure. Just what do you plan on doing?
Hishia asked.
Being by her side is good, but if Akaji really goes off the rails, I doubt you can stop her. The power of sisterly love was strong, but was it strong enough to stop a rampaging demon? That was what Hishia was getting at.
You're right, Kana nodded.
As I am now, I could never hope to stop One-chan. But that's not my goal. She took a deep breath. I'm partially responsible for making One-chan the way she is, so my goal isn't to stop her, it's to make sure her actions are her own.
Kana continued.
At the very least, if she decides to destroy the world, I want that to have been because she wanted to, not because she went mad. She gave a smile that betrayed the seriousness of the words she just said. Hearing Kana's statement, Hishia was left momentarily speechless.
This girl.
I can see it in her eye, she's. She's serious. Hishia's mind raced. In a way, she might be just as scary as Akaji. Kana meant what she said. Her devotion to her sister was so great, and her feelings of guilt ran so deep that as long as Akaji was making a rational conscious decision of her own free will, Kana would likely go along with it, no matter how terrible it was. She might not approve of Akaji's actions, but she wouldn't stand in her way. I see. Hishia didn't really have a response to Kana's declaration. It's fine if you think me crazy.
Kana chuckled.
Trust me, I'm well aware of just how bad that sounds, but it's how I truly feel. Though I'm going to try my best to ensure it never comes to that point. Kana would prefer if Akaji lived a relatively quiet life if possible. I shouldn't be judging others.
Hishia sighed.
After all, I'm a massive hypocrite who was more than happy to ask Akaji to dirty her hands for my sake. Even though Hishia had contracted Akaji to kill the Black Gauntlet, she still denounced her and her actions as an assassin. While she still didn't like what she did, she now understood that she had no right to criticize her actions. I figured it was you who made that request. Kana interrupted Hishia's thoughts. She wouldn't tell me who it was, but based on circumstances, you were one of the most likely client. Kana's detective skills were impressive. It's honestly not my proudest moment. Hishia gave a wry smile. I was more than happy to use your sister to get rid of people rather than take responsibility and do it myself. It was one of the times my ego caused me to make a big mistake. Hishia was slightly embarrassed. I was so worried that people would turn away from me if I got blood on my hands. In desperation, I went to the one person I knew could help me, but doing so was little different than selling my soul to a demon. The price for Akaji's help was the loss of her moral high ground, something Hishia could never get back. Good thing Wani-chan didn't actually ask for your soul, huh?
Kana joked.
Don't give her any ideas. Now that she is an honest-to-God demon, I wouldn't be shocked if she did.
Hishia shuddered at the thought.
Good thing I asked her for help before she merged with that thing. Of course, whether Akaji could actually take souls was unknown, but she didn't want to find out.
Kana shrugged.
There's probably worse demons to sell one's soul to. She gave a cheeky smile. Let's not and say we did. Hishia's statement caused both girls to bust out laughing.
Oh! Kana exclaimed.
I have a question for you. What is it?
Hishia tilted her head. Can I touch your tail?
Kana blushed as she asked a very embarrassing question. The unexpected request caused Hishia to howl in laughter.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
Akaji finished getting her new maid Mizumi prepared for her duties. Yumi would take over her training, and Chloe was assigned to her as a minder until she could be trusted. With that out of the way, she returned to the main house to see what Kana and Hishia were doing. It was already getting late, so she was going to see if Hishia wanted to stay the night rather than fly back to Tokyo in the dark. However, upon reaching the doorway into the living room, Akaji was greeted with an amusing sight. Is it really okay if I touch it? Kana asked pensively. Yeah, it's fine, not like it's gonna hurt me, Hishia responded with a smile. Akaji watched for a moment as Kana stroked Hishia's tail and touched her horns. Both girls were enjoying themselves, especially Hishia, who seemed to like being pet. This is amazing.
Kana exclaimed.
They're not sharp at all, and they're warm to the touch. She was referring to Hishia's scales. Well, I am a fire dragon, Hishia chuckled. Warm is kinda my thing. Neither girl noticed Akaji, who just stood and watched this amusing situation. Seeing her sister so enthralled with Hishia's draconic features gave her an amusing idea. She waited for about 5 minutes before making her presence known. She wanted to allow the two to thoroughly engross themselves before she chimed in. Sorry to interrupt your special alone time with Hishia, she called out to Kana, which caused both girls to jump in surprise. The two looked over at Akaji, and their faces turned bright red in embarrassment. How long were you?
Kana stammered.
Since about the time you said, is it really okay if I touch it? She mimicked her sister's voice. Fair warning, Kana, dragons have quite the appetite, so I hope you have plenty of stamina. Akaji stuck out her tongue. Seeing as Kana took the opportunity to comment on her relationship with Yumi this morning, she figured that she might get a little payback. Stamina, appetite. It took a moment for the girl to understand what her sister meant, but once she did, her face only got redder, and you could practically see steam rising from her head. Take good care of Kana for me, Hishia. Akaji let out a big laugh, and Hishia responded by burying her head in a nearby pillow. The two girls' reaction was better than she could have hoped for, and it took about 10 minutes before the girls were in any state to speak. Wani-chan, why did you have to do that? Kana exclaimed, her face still red. I figured I would pay you back for this morning. Akagi cracked a smile. Kana recalled her comments about Akagi and Yumi. That's fair. She couldn't argue with her on this one. Do I even want to know what you're talking about? Hishia gave an exasperated sigh. She saw Yumi and me sleeping together and got the wrong idea. Akagi shrugged. Ah yeah. The first time I saw that, it threw me for a loop as well. Hishia's nervous laughter said there was more to the story that she wouldn't tell. Putting aside the need to buy red rice. Her comment caused both girls to turn red again. We finished Mizumi's orientation, and she's being put to work under Yumi. I intend to keep a close eye on her for the time being. Akagi explained how she was going to deal with the potential threat in her home. That's smart. We have no idea what that girl is really capable of. Hishia shook her head. If she had the power to transfer her people between worlds, who knows what else she could do? They only knew that she was a high-ranking spirit, while they assumed that meant she was strong. Just how strong was unknown. From what she told me, she's actually not that strong. Akagi had asked the girl more questions while she prepared her for her new position. Apparently, the spirits in her world were weaker than most members of the assault team. I don't think she's lying, but we should take her words with a grain of salt, just to be safe. Akagi was quite good at picking out deception, but she didn't assume lying to her was impossible. How did she even manage to pull off something so unbelievable then? Hishia was confused. She made a pocket dimension, then brought it and herself here with all her people. There's no way she's that weak if she can pull something like that off. Hishia didn't understand the concepts behind the magic used, but her knowledge of fictional works told her that something like this would require immense power to pull off. She said that it required the accumulation of an enormous quantity of magic and that most of the elder spirits sacrificed themselves to generate the power used in the ritual. Akagi sighed. Apparently, she is the last high-level spirit remaining, and was tasked with overseeing the ritual and protecting her people. So she doesn't really understand the technical side of things. So, was that box really where all her people live? Kana interjected. That's what she told me. Akagi confirmed. Supposedly, that it's an anchor which stabilizes the pocket dimension by attaching it to our world. She needed me to transfer its connection from her world to ours. Akagi's role was still unclear even after Mizumi's explanation, mostly because it was too technical for her to understand. So where is she now? That Mizumi girl. Kana was curious as to what she was doing. She knew she would be trained as a maid but didn't know what that would entail. She's busy undergoing Yumi's boot camp. Hearing that made both girls shudder. Even Kana's Spartan studying program couldn't compare to what Yumi was doing to the poor girl. But here, look at this. Akagi pulled out her phone and showed the two of them a picture of Mizumi in her new outfit. She looks really cute, Kana commented. Why do I get the feeling she kinda likes it? Like her face shows embarrassment, but like. Hishia didn't know what to think. Leaving a young child in Akagi's care, that might not be the best idea. Hishia had a moment of pity for the girl, and also dread as she thought what Akagi might do to such a child. Yeah, young, she's several thousand years old apparently. God, I never thought I would actually see that trope in real life. Akagi hung her head. At least the FBI won't be banging down my door. Her joke went over the two girls' heads. Why does she look like a kid? Kana asked. If she's an adult, why does she look like she's 10? Because she likes being cute, Akagi answered instantly. I asked her that myself, and that was the response. She chuckled. Like me, she can change her appearance, so if she wanted to, she could use a more mature form, but she doesn't want to. I think it has something to do with the whimsical nature of spirits. Now I kinda wanna see you small like that. Kana laughed. Oh God, that's right. You can change into other people's appearances. Hishia had forgotten Akagi could do that. Please don't go messing with people like that. So you're saying I shouldn't transform into you and let Kana pet your tail? Akagi laughed, and the two girls stuck their heads in their hands. We're never gonna live that down, are we? Kana gave up. Nope, not with her. Hishia was equally defeated. Alright, I'll stop messing with you. Akagi chuckled. The other reason I came back was to see if you wanted to stay the night, Hishia. I know you're pretty fast, but a trip to Tokyo is still a few hours and it's going to be getting dark soon. Akagi looked out the window. The sun was still high but the days were getting shorter this time of year. Wait. Why not just have Yumi teleport her? You went to Tokyo once before, so can't she just do that? Kana asked a pretty good question because she was right, Yumi could do that. She could,
But I will not ask her to do that, Kana. Akagi denied her sister's idea. Why? Kana didn't understand Akagi's refusal. Because Yumi and I don't get along very well, Hishia interjected. She doesn't really like other players, and I've tried to kill Akagi once before, so that already made things difficult. She scratched her cheek. On top of that, the times we've been alone have almost always resulted in fighting. She sighed, recalling just how many arguments the two had gotten in over the years. The fact that I didn't treat the NPCs like real people might also have given her a very bad impression of me. Hishia didn't go out of her way to harm them and generally treated them well, but unlike Akagi, she still viewed them as AI programs until the very end. Needless to say, Yumi didn't really appreciate some of the smartass comments Hishia made to her on that issue. Really, is your relationship is that bad? I honestly didn't even notice. Kana didn't notice the two having any problems before. She couldn't speak to the real AI issue but understood that it was a huge problem for Akagi and Yumi. Because Yumi and Hishia weren't left alone together, Kana, her sister, chimed in. When they're around others, things are fine, but putting them by themselves causes friction. Last time I did that, I had to practically pull Yumi off her when Hishia made an insensitive comment about the Hassan townsfolk. Looking back, Yumi and Hishia were always separated or with Akagi / the girls at the estate. So, while Yumi would teleport her to Tokyo if I asked, I don't want to cause any issues. Yeah, and it's fine. I like flying, so it's no inconvenience. Hishia reassured Kana. As for your offer, I think I'll take it. I'm still not 100% in my flying, and getting over to Kanto in the dark will be annoying, even if I can see. She would probably be fine, but would rather not chance crashing into people's houses or the topography. I would like to try to speak to her at some point. Do you think that's possible? At the very least, I owe her an apology for some of the things I've said. Seeing Yumi in the real world made Hishia re-evaluate her stance on FWO's NPCs, and she began to regret her attitude toward them. No promises, but I suspect she would be fine with that. Akagi wouldn't force her, but Yumi wasn't stubborn enough to refuse a sincere meeting with Hishia. Spoiler. The President of the United States, Sarah Rosewood, sat in the Situation Room and was preparing for a briefing on the destruction of JSDF Camp Katsura in Kyoto, Japan. American foreign policy in the Far East was intrinsically linked to Japanese stability. A sudden and devastating strike on one of its military facilities was not only unexpected, but a matter of U.S. national security. Less than 24 hours prior, the Japanese Prime Minister gave a press conference that confirmed that one of the returnees was responsible for the attack and that it was the Japanese government that had instigated the conflict. The United States had been gathering intelligence on these returnees and was in the middle of deciding how to approach them when the attack occurred. What was even more astonishing was that the returnee who attacked the base hijacked the Prime Minister's press conference. Her threats combined with her horrifying appearance sent shock waves around the world and caused the president to demand a full briefing the next morning. Good morning, gentlemen. President Rosewood began the briefing as her last cabinet member took her seat. I know this was on short notice, but the situation in Japan requires great haste. She looked at her director of intelligence, Maurice Colbeck. Tell me what you have. Of course, Madam President. The middle-aged man stood up and took out some documents from a small binder, which he had his assistant provide to the rest of the cabinet. What you have here is a profile of one Rishia Tamagawa, aka Akagi. Prior to the FWO incident, she was a 17-year-old girl attending Kyoto Central High School. He continued. Until that point, her record is spotless, with the only anomaly being a brief stint in a hospital for treatment regarding a mental illness. Callback. With help from Director Stevenson of the CIA and Ambassador Gladwell, I was able to get access to the Japanese government's secure files on Ms. Tamagawa during her time in FWO. He took out another document. The information presents a grisly picture. He furrowed his brow. While within the game, she occupied herself by assassinating other players at the behest of others. From what we gathered, she was responsible for the death of 104 people trapped within the game and was regarded as highly dangerous by the other survivors. He gave a small cough. Video footage from Camp Katsura appears to show that she was unaffected by small arms or heavy-caliber weapons, including our MBTS sold to the Japanese military. When he informed the rest of the cabinet that US-made tanks did not affect Akagi, Secretary of Defense Jamie Nowak spoke up. You mean to say this girl took a heat round head-on and wasn't affected in the slightest? She was reading the report as she spoke. I'm sorry, but that's hard to believe. A human couldn't survive such heavy-caliber weapons, so reading that military-grade equipment failed to harm her was hard to believe. Yes, at first, I couldn't believe it either,
but we have footage from Camp Katsura that I would like everyone to watch. The lights went out, and the large monitor in the middle of the room began to play a recording. It showed Akagi slicing through several tanks and armored vehicles, being shot with heavy machine gun fire, and taking several hits from a tank's main gun. Throughout the recording, there was no indication that Akagi or the girl with her was taking any damage. The members of the cabinet couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the president showed a deep scowl seeing Akagi utterly destroy the JSDF defenders. Once the recording was finished, the lights returned to normal, and the president spoke up. As far as I'm aware, there were no American casualties in this attack, is that correct? She hadn't been told of any, but she knew American military personnel was active across Japan. No, Secretary Nowak. At the time of the attack, there was no American military personnel stationed at Camp Katsura, luckily.
She shook her head.
Good, President Rosewood let out a sigh. If there were any American casualties, I can't imagine that would allow us much leeway. For now, place all U.S. forces in Japan on high alert. I don't want them engaging this Akagi woman or any of her subordinates unless absolutely necessary. She was not keen on engaging a foe who had so easily overwhelmed the JSDF. Of course, I'll relay that to Pacific Command.
Nowak.
Secretary of State, Anthony Hubbard, spoke up. Madam President, with your permission, I would like to attempt a dialogue with this Akagi woman. The old man's words shocked the room. I would like to see if she would be open to working with us, or at the very least, convince her that acting against us is not in her best interests. What are you talking about? Secretary Nowak was furious. That woman is a terrorist, and you want to treat her like some kind of equal? What did you have in mind? President Rosewood was curious as to his plan and motioned for him to continue. Rogue agent or not, this woman is dangerous, and leaving her to her own devices is not in the United States' best interest. He coughed. I've spoken to Ambassador Kamuka, and he informed me that the Japanese government intends to pursue a policy of non-interference with her. Not surprising, seeing as she took out a member of the Prime Minister's cabinet in his own home and assassinated the Speaker of the Diet. The rest of the room was aware of her execution of the Mistohide family and was afraid she might do the same to them. So what makes you think she would work with us? She wasn't even willing to work with her government, so what makes you think this would be any different? President Rosewood was skeptical that recruiting her as an asset would work. Even if we can't garner her cooperation, establishing a working relationship with her would still be in our best interests. And Secretary Nowak, this would hardly be the first time we've worked with rogue agents. He was referring to the US's history of arming and aiding terrorist groups. Madam President, I doubt we are the only ones looking to garner this woman's cooperation. The Chinese will undoubtedly take our place unless we act fast, and the last thing we need is a Chinese asset in Japan with that kind of firepower.
And if she refuses?
If she won't work with us at all?
What then?
President Rosewood couldn't move military force to crush Akagi when she was in another nation, and American forces in Japan wouldn't be sufficient to fight her head-on. Not that fighting her was what she wanted to do anyway. If she is unwilling to work with us at all, then we may have to take drastic measures. He looked at the Director of Intelligence as he said this. We should also contact other returnees, not just Akagi. Even if she refuses, we might be able to gather a few powerful assets. The Japanese government has 5 it's managed to bring under its control, if I'm not mistaken. President Rosewood considered his suggestion.
Director, she looked up at him.
I will approve a covert operation to speak with her with the intent of forming a cooperative relationship with the United States, but you are not to antagonize this woman, and under no circumstances are you to make any moves against her without my explicit authorization. The CIA has a habit of moving on its own. I will not tolerate such freewheeling. She looked at the Secretary of Intelligence. Do I make myself clear? She gave the 2 men a stern look. One of her major campaign promises was reigning in the intelligence community, and she had little trust in them. She knew that unless she held the leash tight, they would start acting on their own regardless of her wishes. Yes, Madam President. Secretaries of Defense and Intel. If only I could trust you to actually listen to me. She knew leaving these 2 men to their own devices could drag the US into a dangerous conflict. All right, let's continue. President Rosewood moved the briefing along. Today was going to be a long day, and she had other meetings to attend. Underscore 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 underscore
Underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore underscore. Later that night, with all her meetings finished, President Rosewood retired to her room in the White House. At the rate things are going, I fear that we're going to be dragged into a conflict in the East no matter how much we don't want to. She sighed. Akaji's actions caused great disruption and instability in Japan, and every nation was demanding answers. Some wanted to take a hardline approach and eliminate the returnees before they could cause damage, while others were keen on recruiting and researching them. If anyone succeeds in replicating what happened to those kids, I fear this world is going to go to hell really quickly. The returnees' powers were beyond what normal humans could ever hope to achieve. Creating super soldiers was something humanity had tried to do since before the Second World War, but success was limited. And if people thought I was bad, I don't imagine there will be much love for those kids. She shook her head. People already decry me as a cyborg freak, so I can't imagine there will be much acceptance for literal elves and dwarves. She sighed. Especially when they can level city blocks with magic. Sarah Rosewood was the first successful human to be grown completely in a lab by scientists. Her birth was a controlled experiment to create the genetically perfect human, and she was tailor-made to be superior on the genetic level. Most of her life was spent within a laboratory, so her social skills were quite underdeveloped. Combine that with her cybernetic augmentations, and many people believed her to be little more than an AI in disguise. Despite the prejudice, she decided to use her skills and natural abilities to help the country, and through a bitter election cycle she managed to become the youngest president of the United States. I just hope that we can keep things peaceful in Japan. The last thing I need is for American soldiers to have to go in and occupy the country if it falls apart like our models are predicting. She looked up at the ceiling. I would really like to talk to that Akaji woman. I imagine she would have quite the story to tell, perhaps we might even get along. That dark form she showed us. Was that just an illusion? Just what is she, and what are her goals? There is so much we don't know, and I fear that ignorance is our greatest danger at the moment. She smacked her cheeks. Getting trapped in her thoughts wouldn't help anything at the moment. Honestly, that woman. She reminds me of a demon lord from a TV show I used to watch as a kid. She chuckled as she stood up, deciding to wash up before heading to bed. At least demons don't exist. I'd prefer not to be the president who fights the demon lord's invasion of the world. Her words were little more than a joke, but in time, she would come to regret them. Spoiler.